How you doing? Good. Good letter. Thank you.
Bob, this gentleman gave up his seat for you. So here you are.
Got it.
Thank you very much. Come with me.
Right there. How's it going? Hey, Connor. How's it going? How are you? Good. How are you doing? I cut my hair. I've been busy. I recognize it. Oh, yeah.
Are you guys using that seat? Okay, cool. I'll figure it out.
It's live streaming. I'm live streaming. Oh,
So we'll be online hopefully tomorrow.
that's just a phone. Wow. That's really nifty.
Hey, how's it going? You got to cross safely? Yeah, it took a while. Be careful. Yeah.
March 14, 2015 special board meeting.
You all rise, please. Take off your hands with your heart. Our nation's flag.
We have one director on the phone. We need to get him back. Okay, so you want to go on then? Okay, roll call. Director Anthony?
Director Rosedale?
Present.
Director Dwayne?
I'm here.
Director Flory?
Here.
Director Green?
Here.
Director Wynn? Director Reyna? Director Sheldon?
Here.
Director Sadoo?
Here.
Director Hill?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Do we have any public comments other than the subject matter of Poseidon? Anybody? Okay, let's move on. Moving on to the matter of consideration for proposed Poseidon Resources City of Huntington Beach Ocean Desalination Project. We have a staff report.
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
People in the back are going to have to move away from the podium so that,
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. John Kennedy will be giving the presentation this evening.
Thanks, Mike. Madam President, members of the board. We have before us tonight the Poseidon Resources term sheet. Back in January, the board directed staff to begin negotiating a term sheet with Poseidon Resources. On March 18th, we came back to the board and gave you an update. We gave you the term sheet document that we had at that time. We presented that document. We also put that document out to the local community to give feedback and comments. And then staff also continued negotiating the term sheet between now and March 18th. The board also directed to initiate meetings with the Ocean Desal Citizens Advisory Committee. We've had 4 meetings over the last month and a half, and I'll give you a summary of those meetings also. So the term sheet. What is the purpose of a term sheet? There's different ways the Water District could partner with Poseidon. So the term sheet helps us define the overall business structure of what that partnership could be. The term sheet would be used as a basis to negotiate a final water purchase agreement if the board was to approve it. And then also if the board does approve the recommended staff actions tonight, staff would then go back and develop an actual project for the board to consider later in the year. Getting into the details of the term sheet, what is in it. First of all, we have Poseidon owning, permitting, designing, financing, constructing, and operating the desal treatment plant. So they take complete responsibility for the actual treatment plant. The Water District would purchase the water coming out of the treatment plant. The Water District would own, permit, design, finance, construct, and operate the necessary distribution facilities to transmit the water to the end users. And then the Water District would find end users for the water. We'd work with different cities, different water districts, and/or the Water District would actually take some of the water and recharge it into the groundwater basin. As far as what we would pay for the water, we would pay Poseidon the Met treated full service rate plus an additional premium that we would negotiate. So we have established the parameters for what the premium would be over the life of the 50-year contract. We're saying for the first 10-year period that we would pay a premium up to 20% over the Met rate. Could be 0, could be 20%. It could also be a negative number, but this would be the kind of the parameter for negotiating that premium for the first 10 years. For the second 10-year period, we would pay up to 15% above the Met rate. The third 10-year period, up to 10% above the Met rate. Fourth 10-year period, up to 5%. And the fifth 10-year period, it would be at the Met rate or lower. And so, as I mentioned, the premium could be a negative number depending on the negotiations. We've also included a provision that starting in the 15th year of operation and then every 5 years thereafter, the premium amount will be reviewed and adjusted down if Poseidon is receiving an economic return above an agreed upon amount. So what that means is we would take a look at Poseidon's actual cost. We would also have agreed to a rate of return on their investment. We would have that total amount of money that's taking Poseidon to deliver the water, all their costs, their return on investment, and we would make sure that we're not paying above that amount. So we would kind of adjust what we're paying in the 15th year to make sure we're not paying too much for the water. Poseidon has also asked that we guarantee an approximately 3% minimum Met annual rate increase. What this means is we're tying what we pay Poseidon to the Met rate. Met has had years where they did not increase their rates. I can remember maybe 10 years back, Met had about a 5-year period where the rates stayed flat. Poseidon is afraid of a future scenario like that, and they're asking that we would guarantee some sort of minimum increase to the Met rate, even if Met rates did not increase in a certain year. And we would negotiate what that percentage would be also. Getting into some of the numbers. These are 2015 numbers. The current net volumetric rate is $923 an acre foot. We've mentioned how we would add what's called the readiness to serve, RTS, and capacity charge. On top of that, those are fees that people pay to take net water. They add up to about an additional $80 an acre foot. So the total cost of net water is just over $1,000 an acre foot right now. So for the first 10-year period, say if we agreed to a premium of 20%, that would be an extra $201. So the water district would be paying a total of $1,204 an acre foot for the water. The Met LRP also comes into play here. The LRP subsidy, Local Resources Program subsidy from Met, Poseidon has indicated they would go for the program that gives them up to $475 an acre foot. It's for a maximum of 15 years. And this total cost is what would be the total amount paid for Poseidon, $1,679 an acre foot. And this is roughly what Poseidon's first year cost would be, around $1,700 an acre foot. And that's the total payment they would get. Now that's just for the treatment plant. So we have the distribution cost. And one of our recommendations tonight is for, if the board approves it, is we would go out and figure out exactly how we would distribute this water. How much would the water district take? If we do take the water, how are we going to get it into the ground? How much do the cities, the retail water districts want to take? And we would figure out exactly where the water is going to go, exactly what pipelines and distribution system improvements we need. And then we would come back later and give you an exact cost of what we think the distribution cost is. I have a range here of $100 to $250 an acre foot, and it'll be somewhere in between there, the distribution cost. I put $175 an acre foot for this table. If you add it all up, the total cost of the water is about $18.54 an acre foot. These are just good rough numbers for everybody to be aware of.
John, just to be clear though, where you have subtotal paid to Poseidon, the actual amount that the district would pay to Poseidon would be the 1,003 plus the 201, so it would be $1,204 an acre foot.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, that's money out of our pocket, 1204, and then we take the net subsidy and then we pass it on to Poseidon. Some of the additional term sheet details. We are relying on getting approval from MWD to get the LRP subsidy, so that needs to be obtained. We can take possession of the treatment plant at the end of the contract life for $1 nominal amount. Poseidon is going to provide water at an agreed to quality. We've attached a table that shows the different water quality parameters that Poseidon would need to meet under our contract. The term sheet is not definitive. What does that mean? If we ever get to a point where we are negotiating a final water purchase contract with Poseidon, there will be provisions in that final contract that are not part of this term sheet. You know, the term sheet is just kind of a broad structure that we would negotiate under. A final contract, in San Diego, the final contract was like 400 pages. So the term sheet is just kind of the overall structure. A final contract would be a lot more detailed with a lot more verbiage in it. The term sheet is written. We're not legally committed to any future actions. However, practically, if the board approves the term sheet, we are committing, to fully consider the project and work towards developing a water purchase contract. Some changes in the term sheet. So these are changes from the March version that we gave to the board and put out for everybody to look at. So we've added a provision in the term sheet that we'll need to see that the Carlsbad plant has demonstrated 90 days of successful operation. We have a provision where if there's new technology in the future, that we'll take advantage of that and install that new technology in the plant. There's a provision that we can buy the plant after 30 years. The details of what the purchase price would be negotiated in a final contract. As I mentioned, the premiums that we would pay above the net rate would be negotiated. We've just established kind of what the general parameters of those premiums are. The ceiling for the OCWD purchase price, what that means there is that's in 15 years, we're going to check and make sure that what we're paying Poseidon is not above their actual cost to make the water. And then the floor is Poseidon asking for like a guaranteed minimum met rate increase over the life of the contract. Some of the advantages of the term sheet, we have pushed a lot of risk onto Poseidon, and I'll get into that. We're trying to keep our relationship simple, easy to understand. We have a lot of people watching and want everybody to understand what's going on. We're avoiding a complicated public-private partnership type deal where we would actually get involved in the financing and funding for the treatment plant. Poseidon continues handling all of the coastal commission issues and the state water quality control board issues. Under this structure, it should be easier for the water district to work through the distribution issues. We know how to build pipelines, we know how to work with all the water agencies in Orange County, so that plays to our strength to take care of the distribution issues. And then also we can apply for grant money to help fund the distribution infrastructure. Poseidon risk. The biggest risk that I don't even mention here is that they have to successfully build and operate a very large treatment plant that is on them. Additional risk is that going forward, if there's any new regulations, once the plant is operational, they will have to absorb the cost to comply with those regulations. Increase to energy rates. We all know how California is mandating green energy type projects, and that'll put upward pressure on the energy rates. Again, that would be something that Poseidon will have to absorb. Increase to the interest rates. Interest rates right now are relatively low. If this project were to move forward, Poseidon may not be going out for financing for another year or two, and will interest rates kind of move up between now and then when they went out to issue debt? That risk again on them. Construction change orders. Any surprises they find during the construction of the plant, they have to absorb. Permitting the plant, that risk is on them. Although I should say, if the Coastal Commission comes out with really onerous permit conditions, that could just kill the whole deal and Poseidon could back away from the project. The risk that the water district needs to manage. We have to construct the distribution system improvements on time to match the completion of the treatment plant. You know, once Poseidon has the treatment plant constructed, they're going to want the distribution system improvements finished also. And so we need to kind of match up our endpoints. And the term sheet calls for liquidated damages if we're behind schedule, or if Poseidon is behind schedule, there would be damages they have to pay the water district. But we would have to make sure that we're convinced that we can build the necessary distribution system improvements on time to meet whatever contract terms we had. Another risk we have to manage is it's a take-or-pay contract. So we have to make sure that we can convince ourselves that for all foreseeable futures that this plant is needed and will be a benefit to the area, because we're going to be buying this water no matter what. And then avoiding a pipeline to node type of scenario. We don't want to be building a pipeline and then all of a sudden, you know, Poseidon goes bankrupt, and so we have this nice pipeline we built with no treatment plant. So that's another thing we'll have to manage and get language in a final contract to protect ourselves. Okay, now jumping over to the Ocean Desal Citizen Advisory Committee. We had 4 meetings over about the last month and a half. Our facilitator was Paul Brown, and Paul unfortunately could not come to tonight's meeting. He had a prior engagement. He felt really bad when he found out we were going to have a meeting on the 14th. But Paul was really good at facilitating the meetings. You know, we had a lively group, a lot of different opinions, 4 meetings. There's a lot of documents that came out of those meetings. Paul Brown prepared a report. It's about 6 pages. It's a new board packet summarizing what happened at the meetings. We passed out a lot of material that's also provided in your board packet. I also wanted to mention that we have a summary of each committee's members' key input to the board. We told each committee member that if you had 3 minutes with the OCWD board, what would you want to tell them? And then we wrote all that down. So that is also a document provided in your board packet. There's a question and answer document. There's about 20 questions that came up, and we formally answered those questions. There's a lot of good information there. And then also, there's summaries of all the meetings. Getting into the committee spots, and there's committee members here, and they can also talk if they'd like, but I think the number one concern for the committee was that we were tying what we were paying to the MET rate, and that is not tied to Poseidon's actual cost. So we've indexed what we're paying to the MET rate, but that is different from Poseidon's actual cost. And that caused committee members concern. Some of them had never seen a deal like that. And so that was probably the number one concern, is how were we going to manage that? How could this deal work when what you're paying is not directly tied to what their actual cost is? And the obvious fear is you don't want excessive profit being made by Poseidon if the MET rates were to escalate dramatically going into the future. Another concern was technology. If technology improved and you could start making this water at a lot cheaper price, again, that would put Poseidon in a position to make an excessive profit. There was also a comment, what happens if MET rates did not increase and stayed flat? that could jeopardize the project's financial structure, the integrity. So the committee members, you know, if we were going to go down this route, they wanted to make sure it would work, that we could have safeguards. I think there were also committee members who just didn't think this structure would work at all. But so I think we have come up with changes to this term sheet that addresses the committee's findings, and I have them up here. The first is that we are going to negotiate the premium paid to Poseidon above the net rate. I mentioned, like, in the first 10 years, the premium could be from 0 to 20%. So we are going to be very careful with what we're paying Poseidon for the water. We also have the year 15 review of what OCWD is paying versus Poseidon's cost. So if net rates did shoot up quickly the early years, we have this 15-year review to catch what we're paying and bring it down to what Poseidon's actual cost could be. We also have the 30-year contract buyout. In 30 years, if we just want to buy the plant, that is a provision in there. And then we also included the provision to take advantage of technological advancements, if any, pan out in the future. The committee members, they also questioned the 50-year contract life. That, admittedly, that is a long life for a contract. You don't know what could happen in the next 50 years. Specifically, you know, technology is always improving, excessive net rate increases, but we think we addressed that with the changes I already mentioned to the board. Another concern, the water district meeting the deadline to construct the distribution facilities and avoid liquidated damages. We completely agree with the committee that that's something we'll have to be very careful with and manage, and make sure we give ourselves enough time to build all the distribution infrastructure. Will the water district be able to find customers for the water? Poseidon has not been that successful, and so we will go out and look for customers. We think things have changed a lot here in the last 4 years. So we think there will be people wanting to buy the water. And then we're also looking at the water district taking the water to put it into the groundwater basin. Alternatives to the project. The committee really wanted to get into looking at alternatives, and we kind of had to hold them off. We told the committee if the board approves the term sheet, then we would go and look at all the different alternatives to consider against the Poseidon project. So there's a lot of interest in looking at alternatives, what other options are out there to compare against Poseidon. That's a big part of what we would do if the board approves the term sheet tonight. And then there were also committee members who, you know, a lot of people enjoy being on the committee, and they would like to continue the committee if possible going into the future. So moving forward, if the board decides it wants to approve the term sheet, there's about 4 big issues that I've outlined, and we're asking for a budget of $230,000 to allow us to tackle these issues. And the first big issue is what I've been mentioning: how are we going to distribute the water? How much can a water district take? If we take the water, we're going to need to build injection wells. Where would we build those injection wells to get the water into the groundwater basin? You know, which cities and retail water districts will want to sign up to receive the water? We would be going out, meeting with the different producers, the different cities, and we would be asking for some type of firm commitment and some sort of document where people would commit and say, I will take a certain amount, and we probably have to come back to the board with what type of document that would be. But we don't want people just saying, well, I think I'll take 5,000 acre feet. We want people saying, I will take 5,000 acre feet and commit to it. And then we also have to develop a pricing structure, exactly what will we charge people for the water, and that's something we would do early on. We're going to have to work very closely with MoDOC, Municipal Water District of Orange County. They would help us with a lot of the distribution issues, institutional issues. We're going to want to use existing pipelines and have people agree to let us use existing pipelines. MoDOC would help us a lot there. Obviously, we have to work closely with the city of Huntington Beach on where we could be constructing pipelines. Different institutional issues. CEQA. The project has already had an EIR, but depending on how we distribute the water, we could possibly have to amend the CEQA document. So that's something that's out there. We've roughly estimated that we'll need about $60,000 for this effort with outside consulting help. Water quality integration issues. This water will be very high standard quality. It's going to meet all the state and federal drinking water requirements. However, the water has a different chemistry to it. The water has a different mineral content. And there's little issues that could come up that we'll need to manage and plan for because the water is different and it blends differently with groundwater. It could blend differently with imported water. I just mentioned some things that could happen. These are all very manageable, but we want to take care of them up front and not have the treatment plant built and then have to then have these water quality issues come up and have to resolve them at the back end. But just a few things. When you're injecting RO treated water, the water can be aggressive. We know that from the groundwater replenishment system. And so when you're injecting it, you want to make sure you're not mobilizing elements that are naturally occurring in the aquifer formations that have that get into the water supply. The groundwater replenishment system pipeline, we showed the board how we had some unusual wear in the pipeline last year. We want to avoid that if we can, just because that water was relatively aggressive. And that leads to corrosion issues. If the water is aggressive, you can be corroding the inside of the pipeline, something you want to avoid. Disinfectant byproducts. This is when you have high organics naturally in the water, and you hit the water with a disinfectant. You can create disinfectant byproducts, something you don't want in your water supply. The water could be traveling in different pipe materials, pipelines of a different age, and so you just want to be aware of where you're putting the water. Are you putting the water in some 50-year-old pipe that may be susceptible to corrosion or breaking? MWD, the Metropolitan Water District, we're going to want to put water into the East Orange County feeder number 2 if possible. MWD is about a third owner of that pipeline. They have very specific requirements to use that pipeline, and we'll see if we can get Met to agree to allow us to use that. I wanted to mention the Water Reuse Research Foundation is looking to set aside $200,000 to just document how the Carlsbad plant water is being integrated into the San Diego system. So just they expect that integration to go smoothly, but they're just documenting everything that they're doing down there in Carlsbad and San Diego to make sure that there aren't any quality issues. And we've estimated maybe needing up to $40,000 for this and getting some outside experts. The reliability analysis. As I mentioned, a lot of people want to dive into this part of the study. The first thing we need to do is assess the reliability of the Met imported water system. How reliable is Met? On July 1st, Met is allocating imported water. Is that something we can expect annually going into the future, or is that something that's going to happen once every 20 years? We need to have a really good assessment of Met and what we think their supplies will be like in the future. MWD prepares an integrated resources plan where Met looks 25, 30 years out into the future, and Met says these are the things we need to do to have a reliable water supply. We really need to tear into that document and look at the assumptions and make sure we agree with how Met is writing their IRP document. What other projects and programs are available to compare against Poseidon? We've had people already tell us there's other things you can do and you don't need to do the Poseidon project. Well, we're going to look really hard at what other options are out there. There's been some work done in the past. What is the cost of not having sufficient water supplies? What is the cost to your business community? What is the cost to your economy when you tell people, start cutting back, we don't have enough water? So we're going to try to find those past documents and not recreate the wheel, but just make people aware of past projects, past reports that have been prepared that touch upon this subject. San Diego County Water Authority, they've already gone through this. They've looked at the reliability of the Met system, and they concluded for their community that ocean desalter made sense. So we're going to look really hard at the work they did. We're also going to use the MODOC Orange County reliability study. MODOC right now is in the middle of preparing a document. It's $200,000, and it's looking at Orange County's overall water supply. And so we're going to use a lot of that work and bring that work over here and share it with the board. And so our consulting, outside consulting help is relatively low on a task like this, only $70,000, because we're going to be using a lot of the work MODOC is already doing. And finally, the financial analysis. If we decide to move forward, we would hire financial people to help us. Financial people who are experts in public-private financing projects. We've issued a lot of public debt, but we need people with private debt experiences. So we would hire a consultant to help us with this part of the work, looking at how much debt Poseidon is taking on, how much equity are they bringing into the project, that mix of debt and equity. Can they finance the project under the revenues provided in the term sheet? Obvious thing, make sure Poseidon not making an excessive return on their investment. Also, giving us an opinion and assessment of MET rate projections. You know, in the past, MET rates went up on an average of about 6%. But in the past, MET was building out their system. And going into the future, MET won't be building out its system. Its system is pretty much built out. What can we expect for future MET increases? Give us a good assessment of that, and not necessarily just take projections that MET's putting out there. So this work we estimated at about $60,000. So with that, our recommendation is to go ahead and approve the term sheet and establish the project budget, and then to authorize staff to hire the consultants in the different specialty areas that I mentioned, and to go ahead and execute the contracts with those consultants. So we can answer any questions.
See, they don't say anything? Okay, next, Poseidon, how are you gonna?
Good evening, President Green and members of the board. My name is Scott Maloney with Poseidon Water. Appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. I will try not to be repetitive and cover some of the areas that John already addressed, but I do think it's important that you hear directly from us. And I promised my wife I wouldn't get tasered again by law enforcement, so I'll try to keep it short. Just by way of background, I've already got some new board members that haven't been with the district for that long. So Poseidon, an introduction, we are a privately held company that specializes in the financing and development of water infrastructure projects. We are in our 20th year. We are headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts, with a regional presence in California, Florida, and Texas. Our senior management team has developed, financed, constructed, operated, and managed over $10 billion in infrastructure projects. We are technology neutral, which means we try to find the best fit for our customer, our public agency partner. We are not wed to a certain technology. We'll find out the technology that is the most energy efficient, cost effective, and works with the needs of our public agency partner. And finally, we have the distinction of successfully permitting, financing, and constructing the largest seawater desalination plant in the Western Hemisphere, and the first in the state of California, in the city of Carlsbad, about 60 miles south of here. That project will be operational before the end of the year. So I just want to touch on the
Scott, could maybe you describe what the $10 billion in infrastructure projects, what they look like?
Sure. Sure. We, over the life of Poseidon, we have been involved in industrial water treatment plants, wastewater treatment plants, seawater desalination plants. And Poseidon's management has also been involved in the development of electrical generating stations. So for example, in partnership with the City of Cranston, Rhode Island, we rehabilitated their wastewater treatment plant and a public-private partnership and turned that plant back over to them. We were the original developers of the Tampa Bay Seawater Desalination Plant, which is the largest seawater desalination plant operating in the United States today at 25 million gallons per day. In partnership with Pemex, we built and financed a half dozen treatment plants in Mexico, and of course, our project in Carlsbad.
Thank you.
I just want to start by touching on the key issues that have developed over the last 4 months since you directed your staff to negotiate a term sheet with us. And John Kennedy addressed these. And again, I'll try not to be repetitive, but I want to get you to hear directly from us. It falls into 3 buckets. The issue of linking the cost of water to MET, the 50-year contract, and ensuring OCWD receives the financial benefit of technology improvements. You'll remember that Clean Energy Capital, the independent financial analyst that you hired, developed an analysis of our project. And they came up with an estimate that it would be $1,921 an acre foot for the cost of the water under the Poseidon quote-unquote proposal, as it was referred to in their report. The Poseidon proposal models or mirrors the agreement we reached with the San Diego County Water Authority on the delivery of that project. So it's a privately financed project. Poseidon takes all the risk. We've focused almost entirely on the cost of water, which is, we understand is appropriate. It's really important to understand the underlying roles, responsibilities, and assignment of risk. And John, again, touched on this a little bit, but under the original proposal that we made to the district, you can see in my cute little chart here, the different areas of responsibility and risk and the assignment of that risk. As John mentioned, under the original, for example, under the original concept, we were assuming all of the risk associated with electrical consumption, meaning we were guaranteeing the efficiency, energy efficiency of the plant. However, the district was carrying the risk of the cost of electricity, and if the cost escalated above projections, it would impact the cost of water, and that would be passed along to your ratepayers. This slide illustrates the change in the underlying roles, responsibilities, and assignment of risk that is associated with attaching the cost of water to MET as opposed to the financing, construction, and operation of the plant. As you can see, significant areas of risk have been shifted from the district to Poseidon. So while we understand that the cost of water is paramount, it's also important to understand how the district has successfully shifted the risk up while at the same time lowering the cost of water. What the MET avoided cost pricing structure gives the district is the lowest price of water in the early years. And it also gives a hedge against MET escalation in the later years, as John talked about with the reopeners every 5 years, starting after year 15. It is a logical index. Desalinated water will replace the MET water in Orange County. And MET has a long established metric, comparable costs, including capital, electricity, and O&M. There's a discount on the MET rate to OCWD under this agreement if the MET rates escalate at historic rates. Price adjustments will enable OCWD under that scenario to get a discount on MET. And based on our financial model, we believe over the life of the contract, you can expect to pay anywhere between 10 and 20% less than you would otherwise pay for that MET water under that scenario. And as we mentioned, all the operating risk is shifted to Poseidon, electricity rates, inflation, and change in law. 50-year contract, I think it's important to point out that the term sheet that we provided OCWD, MODOC, and the various water agencies back in March of 2013 contemplated a 30-year contract with 2 15-year extensions, which is essentially the useful life of all the physical facilities associated with the desal plant. So it's not a new concept, it's just restructured into a single 50-year term. The benefit of that is the lower cost of water, because it spreads the capital cost projects over a longer period of time. We have an obligation in the contract to maintain the project from day one all the way through the end of the contract, so when we hand it over to you at the end of the term for $1, it operates the same way it did when we started the project. And as John mentioned, you also have a 30-year purchase option. So at the end of what would have been the original 30-year term, if you think the deal is so great and the project's working so well, you'll have the right to purchase it from us at that time. In terms of benefits of future technology, as John mentioned, you'll have full cost transparency under this agreement. Through the MET Local Resource Program, we have an obligation to provide our operating costs on an annual basis in order to be eligible for those funds. Also, the contract with the water district will require us to provide you with that information. So you'll know exactly what it costs us to run the plant. And we've agreed in the term sheet that should there be significant savings due to technological advancements, either in the membranes or energy efficiency, that those savings will be passed along to the district and its ratepayers. I want to shift gears now off the term sheet, recognizing, again, that we have some new members of the board, and just talk a little bit about the project. This is an aerial photo of what the existing site looks like today. This is the AES generating station, which was built in the 50s, and for the last half centuries, we're using seawater as part of the electrical generating process. This is southeast Huntington Beach along Pacific Coast Highway. This is some fancy computer simulation of what the desal plant will look like when it's built. As you can tell, will be tucked in the back behind the existing power plant. This power plant recently received approvals from the CEC to rebuild, and so in the next 10 years, we'll be going through the process of transferring or converting from seawater crude to a different technology. And so there will always be a power plant on this site for as long as the desal plant is there. A little bit about the project in terms of environmental issues. Most of the stakeholders that have voiced concern about our project are either associated with environmental groups or live in the vicinity of the project site. So I thought it was important to address some of the issues that have come up over the years. As we mentioned, the energy efficiency and cost of electricity is the responsibility of Poseidon. You should know that much like your groundwater replenishment system, the reverse osmosis desal plant does not produce direct emissions. We are in discussions with the CEC and the governor's office about whether we can power the plant with 100% green power. Current state law prohibits direct access, but there is an interest coming out of the leadership in Sacramento to see that water facilities and desal plants in particular have the ability to be powered with green energy. Nonetheless, if we are not able to secure a contract with a solar or wind farm to power our plant, we have as a design feature of our project an energy minimization and greenhouse gas reduction plan. It's not an empty hollow promise, it's actually a design feature of our project, so it's a requirement. It requires us to use the most energy efficient technology, and on an annual basis, we will assess the indirect emissions that are associated with the purchase of electricity. We will offset those emissions through the purchase of renewable energy credits and offsets. It's an unprecedented commitment that we are unaware of any other water facility in the country that's making that commitment. I want to again shift gears a little to the permitting of the plant. One of the issues that have come up is why now? What's the urgency for the district to move forward? We initiated this project in 1998 and began the permitting process in the early 2000s. By the mid-2000s, we had acquired all of the local permits needed to build the plant. In the late 2000s, we permitted the plant because of changed circumstances. Initially, it was the understanding that the power plant would operate in perpetuity as long as the desal plant was in operation. It became obvious to us as we got towards the end of that decade that state regulations would require the power plant to decommission much sooner than originally envisioned. So we went back through the permitting process, back through the city of Huntington Beach, the regional board, and obtained permits and approvals for the long-term standalone operation, meaning the environmental impacts of operating our plant for the next 50 years of this contract have been assessed. We need one last permit from the California Coastal Commission in order to finance construction, construct, and operate the facility. We were before the Coastal Commission in November 2013. The Coastal Commission staff recommended approval of our permit for a 50 million gallon per day project, but with the caveat that we build a subsurface intake system in lieu of using the power plant's existing facilities. We've been working closely with the Coastal Commission staff for the last 18 months, and we expect an independent panel that the Commission and Poseidon put together to render an opinion on the feasibility of subsurface intakes in the coming weeks. One of the recent changes in regulations is that the State Water Board last week passed a seawater desalination policy. It's actually an amendment to the California Ocean Plan, establishing the only seawater desalination specific regulations in the country, if not the world. This is something we've been working on with the State Water Board staff for about 5 years now, and the intent of the policy is to provide direction to the regional boards on how to evaluate the application of existing state law. State law requires that desalination plants use the best available site, design, technology, and mitigation measures feasible to minimize the intake and mortality of marine life. When the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board issued us a permit in 2012, they made a finding that we met this requirement for the co-located operation of the desal plant, which is when the power plant is operating, as well as the short-term standalone operation of the desal plant, which means when the power plant is not using its cooling water system for up to 100 consecutive days and we need to use it. The process that we're going through with the Coastal Commission's independent panel on the feasibility of subsurface intakes is based on the Coastal Act's definition of feasible, which means can it be accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, social, and technological factors. The State Water Board policy, despite what some have suggested, does not prohibit the use of open ocean intakes with a screen. It allows you to go down that path of compliance if you've proven that a subsurface intake is infeasible. We're, as I mentioned, in that process now and have been for 18 months. I have with me just an example of what a 1 millimeter screen looks like. And I thought I might just pass it around for the members to see. This is the type of screen that would be put on the intake structure of our facility after the power plant decommissions its cooling water system. Also, we are committed and obligated under this new policy to retrofit the discharge with a diffuser. And so instead of using additional seawater to dilute our brine, we're going to retrofit the outfall with a diffuser, which identifies the best technology available. Director Raina, you had asked me about the seawater impacts, the salinity impacts on the marine environment from the desal plant. With the diffuser on our project, not only will we require 20% less water than we are permitted to use, but the elevated levels of salinity will dissipate within 40 feet from the outfall of our facility. And so that meets the best available technology requirements in the State Water Board. That's all I have. I just want to close by saying I appreciate your staff's time. The Citizens Advisory Committee, whether they believed it or not going into the process, had a very real impact on the outcome of these negotiations. It's been 5 years since the Water Board signed an MOU to study the feasibility of buying our water. It's been 2 years since your board directed your staff to study the feasibility. It's been 9 months since your CEC report. It's been 4 months since your board was asked to develop a term sheet. We appreciate all the due diligence. We look forward to working with your staff, and we support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Ryan Lockery, are you speaking for Matt Harper?
President, board members, thank you. Actually, I have a video for Matt Harper, so I'm going to go over there and get it started. He couldn't be here today, so we sent a video.
Hello, I'm Matthew Harper, and I serve as the Assemblyman for the 74th District, including the area of Huntington Beach where this project is proposed to be located. I'm here in Northern California and wanted to make sure that my testimony was considered on this important subject. The project has gone through extensive environmental review, including a supplemental EIR during my time on the Huntington Beach City Council. The science clearly shows the project can be built with no significant impact to the environment. The traditional barrier to desalination has been cost, but the term sheet you are reviewing guarantees a cost that is, on average, just 10% above imported water costs. When one considers the penalty for exceeding the MET allocation is between $500 to $1,500 per acre foot, it is critical for Orange County to become more independent from it in terms of its water supply options. Water districts and cities may face fines up to $10,000 per day if they don't meet water rationing restrictions. Yet, for less than the price of a cup of coffee per month, on average per water bill, we can bring desalination to Orange County and help diversify our water supply. From the state regulatory perspective, this term sheet is a critical path to signal to the Coastal Commission that the Orange County Water District has a serious interest in purchasing the full capacity of the 50 million gallon per day plant. I encourage the Orange County Water District Board to approve the term sheet and work with Poseidon to achieve the final permits to help get this project built. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next, Dr. Alan Bernstein. Welcome.
Madam President, Director, staff, and passionate citizenry. My name is Alan Bernstein. I stand before you wearing several hats. First, I'm the chair of the Orange County WISE and chair of the Associated California Cities of Orange County. I'm a city councilman in the city of Tustin, but I stand before you as a citizen of Orange County today. I'm here to speak to you about the non-binding term sheet and draw support along with the development of all forms of new water for Orange County. As everyone in this room knows, we're currently experiencing the worst drought in California history. With NASA predicting a mega drought for our region that lasts approximately a decade. The governor, of course, has already declared mandatory conservation measures, and has predicted that Orange County Water District will suffer approximately 7,500 acres for a year shortfall of water by 2035. Alternatives. The alternatives have been suggested. It appears that the district did an alternative analysis through its 2014 long-term facilities plan update and identified the Huntington Beach project as both a priority and single largest source of new local water availability in the district. Moreover, it seems that many of those alternatives are dependent on substantial rainfall, which according to current science is not going to happen in the foreseeable future. Approximately 50% of Orange County's water supply is imported. With the snowpack at its lowest level, 5% of normal, and the Colorado River receivers at their lowest level, it makes no sense to get long rain or snowfall as opposed to a local drought-proof source of water like desalination. Having been a councilman now my third year, public-private partnerships are a trend, and it seems to me that we have offloaded the majority of the risk of the Poseidon company in private enterprise. The costs are estimated to be approximately less than a penny a gallon, and initially would add no more than approximately $1 to $2 a month to consumer bills. This includes a reopener provision every 15 years, or 15 and then plus 5, which allows the cost to be adjusted downward. In context, the cost of imported water has increased approximately 6% per year over the last 20 years. Currently, the permitting process is being reviewed by the Coastal Commission, and I argue that there should be no delay at this time, and there would be an unnecessary delay, contrary to the Commission having indicated that it wants to see a term sheet in place prior to considering the Poseidon permit. Another hurdle and issue has been clarified this past week, and that's California regulators have adopted the first statewide rule for permitting of seawater desalination projects. The measure leaves the permitting process in the hands of the state regional water boards, while establishing a single framework for them to follow in evaluating applications to build seawater treatment plants and expand existing ones and renew old permits.
Thank
And
you.
last but not least, my time up. I just want to say one last thing. Currently, just this past week, the entire Orange County State Legislative Delegation wrote a letter to Orange County Water Board in support of the project. Thank you very much for your time.
I have a point of order, Madam Chair. This afraid that if we give everyone 3 minutes, not everyone's going to get a chance to speak. And I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak. And so I might have you consider, and the board consider that maybe we limit it to 2 minutes apiece. That way everyone is going to get a chance to address us this evening. I don't know if the board feels about that. If that might be more equitable. Because otherwise, if it's 3 minutes, we're going to get to 4 hours down the line and we're going to start losing people. And I want to make sure everyone's voice is heard. So what do you think?
I think one of the things, if the participants, if the public speakers would listen to what the other speakers are saying and don't repeat that, that's what seems to take up the time. I can't help but think I'd support that.
Roger, sorry. Sean?
Pleasure of the board.
Okay.
Yeah, I support that. Actually, I was going to say that if you're here to talk about the EIR process, I think the train already left the station. The city of Huntington Beach has already approved the EIR, and any potential mitigation that could be mitigated is already stated in the EIR. The ones that they are not going to mitigate, there's a statement of overriding consideration. It's all in there, so I would much prefer that we don't, if you're going to come here to talk about environmental issues, the train has already left the station as far as I'm concerned. So 2 minutes or 1 minute is fine with me.
And also to save time. Excuse me?
I'll just cut out comments then, to save time. What about you?
Another suggestion has been hold the applause. I
Yes.
have a problem with that, but please, if you could do that, it would save time. Also, I'm going to call on about 5 people at a time, and if everybody would line up, that might help too. Joel Angeles,
Is there somebody sitting next to
Wayne
you?
Cobb,
Yeah. Who?
Cave
Connor.
or Cave,
It's out talking.
Jose Solario,
I need to move these guys.
Tyler Depp, Chuck Gibson.
Is that
And
obstructed?
just give your name as you come up and just in the order you're in.
And Mr. Markham, do we have all the chairs out that we've got? There's a lot of chairs.
There's
You
one
know,
chair
at this
right
time,
up
let me
here,
get
but I
that.
don't know how to get it down. I know, but I was thinking about that. I mean, that's-
So I think it's going to stick in my, yeah.
Okay, please, let's move.
Lose your seat. Okay, yeah.
She was able to attend due to conflict, but asked you to use for strong support of the development of this desalination project. Cities within the second district are facing mandatory water rationing from 8% at the low end to 20% at the high end. Other areas of the county are facing cutbacks of more than a third, with penalties up to $10,000 per day if those water rationing limits are not met. While the supervisor is supportive of water use efficiency and conservation, she is concerned about punitive government that institutes draconian fines for arbitrary overuse determinations made by bureaucrats at that time. As important as water use efficiency is, Orange County would benefit from developing its own local water supply. The Orange County Water District groundwater recycling system is a terrific water recycling program, and it is exciting to see that the initial expansion is taking place. Yet even with this recycling effort, we are still highly dependent on imported water, and this year our ability to draw from the groundwater aquifer is more limited than before. The supervisor would like to see Orange County reduce its dependence on imported water through local water supply projects like desalination. She encourages this board to approve the term limit sheet so it can further explore ways to bring project online while protecting the ratepayers. Supervisor still hopes that you will approve the term sheet as proposed today.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Cave, and I serve as the director with the Bolton Nagel Water District, but tonight I'm here as an individual and not on behalf of the Water District. Clearly, we're outside of our service area. However, I'm here tonight to emphasize the importance of adding new water supplies to Orange County's water portfolio. This desalinization project is a regional project, and I'm hopeful that the Orange County Water District will work collaboratively with the Municipal Water District of Orange County, consider South County water agencies who are always looking to find ways to diversify our water portfolio with environmentally and economically responsible solutions. To that end, I'd encourage your board to approve the term sheet before you and begin working on the final details of an agreement. But while you protect your water producer customers by providing a new water supply at a fair price, I would encourage you to keep the entire county in mind. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome, Jose. I'm sorry. Excuse me for the interruption.
Good evening. My name is Jose Solorio. I'm a community college trustee. I'm really here to give a little bit of context. I'm a former board member of this august body. I was a regional water quality control board member for 6 years. I was a state legislator, including a water policy committee chair. And I want to tell you that rather than letting folks in Sacramento or folks at regional level tell us what to do, we as Orange County need to come up with our own solution. And given the global climate change that we have, given the drought that's going to continue for years to come, we need to do all the above. It's not about do we do water conservation or water recycling or desalination. We've got to prepare to step up on all fronts and do it all. I know that the delta that we were all counting on, the tunnels, the Great Delta Conservation Project, that is having more and more challenges by the day. I will tell you that when we were in Sacramento in 2009, we came up with this global package on water policy. A lot of it dealt with we need to have more regional interdependence. We can't count on the Delta. I think the term sheet before you is worthy of support, but I also want to thank the public and the committee members for having made it a stronger deal, and I think we need to continue to do better. I think we need to continue to scrub the numbers to see if we can't get the dollars lower. I think we need to increase the amount of public oversight. The public-private partnership model I like, but I think there needs to be more public involvement in this deal in the short term, in the long term. I would also say that slant drilling is something we need to look at. We want to make sure that life in the ocean and life for the marine creatures are protected to the extent possible. And I know Poseidon also is looking at the best technologies available. Finally, let me close by saying we need to look at other alternatives too. I want us to see the groundwater replenishment system grow. I want us to be aggressive in new grants for water recycling and water conservation as well. Thank you for your job well done.
Thank you. Tyler Depp. Hang on just a second. I'll call 5 more. Claudia Alvarez. John Earl. Maureen Caporna. Michelle Schultz. Dr. Michael Hogan. And Diana Lee Carey. Please.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Tyler Depp. I'm a councilman in Westminster. Here as an individual because our city has not taken a position on this yet. And I want you to know that water reliability is critical to Westminster and throughout the county. And during this drought, our city has mandated to cut back 20% of our water usage. And we are implementing some of the pretty stringent restrictions on our people. And that water use efficiency is laudable. But the punitive nature of government to have the ability to reduce or eliminate the perceived overuse of water is troubling to me. And if we're going to move to water rationing, my people want to know that we are doing everything we can to increase the amount of water supplies available to our citizens. And to that end, I want to be able to tell my constituent that we are working hard to bring seawater desalinization as a new water supply to Westminster and all of Orange County. I ask that you vote to approve this term sheet and work for a water purchase agreement so that we can make this new water supply a reality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Green, directors. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm here here on behalf of the San Juan River Water District. The board authorized me to come and speak on their behalf. We are dedicated to this source of water, and we thank you for bringing it to this point. We would like to stand beside you and work with you in any way. We are serious about being a customer. We have a letter of intent for 5,000 acre feet, of course, it would have to be negotiated. And we look at this as part of the resilience. You can think of it as strength through diversity. Diversity by demand management, conservation, and various sources of supply, not only imported, but also water transfers and a great groundwater system. So thanks again, and really appreciate it, and on behalf of the board, good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Green and fellow board members. My name is Michelle Schutz, and I'm here representing Assemblyman Travis Allen of the 72nd Assembly District. I have here in my possession a bipartisan letter of support from the California legislature in support of approving the term sheet. However, in lieu of reading the letter to everyone, we actually have a short video from the Assemblyman. I would very quickly like to read the names of the legislators here that I have in support in the letter. I have Senators Bob Huff, Janet Nguyen, Patricia Bates, John Warlock, Ling-Ling Ching, and Assembly members Ling-Ling Ching, Young Kim, Don Wagner, Travis Allen, Bill Breaux, and Matthew Harper. Thank you.
And I'm the Assemblyman for the 72nd District, which stretches from Huntington Beach all the way to the county line, and even comes down to include our OCWD headquarters right here in Fountain Valley. Every member of the Orange County State Delegation, Republicans and Democrat alike, have signed a letter urging the Water District to approve the term sheet that's under consideration tonight. I'd like to read you a few excerpts from the letter. As California heads into the 4th year of drought, the need for new sources has become abundantly clear. Orange County has the opportunity to provide additional water security and independence from imported sources, so we'll be better prepared for our future. The deferral of financial risk and investment afforded the district under the public-private partnership ensures a competitive rate for water with the additional benefit of securing a long-term, reliable supply. The final sentence of the letter is we encourage the Board of Directors to take immediate steps with Poseidon Resources to build the Huntington Beach desalination project so that Orange County can move closer to water independence and protect against future droughts. We all understand that drinking water from Huntington Beach project might cost a little bit more in the short run, but we also know that the alternative depending upon imported water is a cost that we simply cannot afford. Approving this term sheet tonight affords the OCWD the opportunity to move forward with this new water supply project and will help protect Orange County from future water rationing impacts. My name is Assemblyman Travis Allen. Thank you very much.
On behalf of myself and Assemblyman Allen, thank you again.
Thank you. Next, welcome.
My name is Dr. Michael Hogan. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm representing residents for responsible desalination. How is the Poseidon water any more reliable than what we have now, or the alternative approaches to managing our water? It's unacceptable to spend more money and time on researching the Poseidon proposal without first considering alternatives that are both economically and environmentally preferable. For example, how often does NWD reduce the volume of water delivered to MoDOT, which we assume creates a perception of unreliability? In comparison, how often do seawater desalination facilities shut down for maintenance, repairs, and or environmental conditions like algal blooms that can clog the system? Taking those two variables, how unreliable the current system and how much more reliable will Poseidon be? In other words, how does OCWD justify a 20% reliability premium tacked on to the cost of treated water? What is the reliability benefit and cost? What would the reliability benefits and costs of alternatives to the Poseidon facility be, including fully exhausted recycled wastewater such as recommended last week by the Orange County Grand Jury? What would the reliability benefits and costs of base loading imported water during wet weather and maintaining a full basin for the next dry weather period? San Diego County Water Authority has spent $1 billion on so-called reliability. Now they are finding out that it counts against them during an allocation period such as the one they're in now. Until we have some analysis of these alternatives and what the reliability benefits and costs would be, the term sheet is premature and meaningless, please do not approve the term sheet until you can answer these fundamental questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, former colleagues. It's nice to be back. I didn't think I'd be back so soon. My name is Claudia Alvarez. I'm Vice President of Rancho Santiago Community College District. I serve with colleagues as our earlier. As you know, before that I served in City Council in Santa Ana for 12 years. I was Vice Mayor for 6 of those years. And during that time, I had the privilege to serve with you for 6 years on the Orange County Water District. And we talked about this debt. And we talked about having the vision, and we talked about having the courage, and we talked about telling Orange County we could create our own water. We kind of possibly relied on Northern California because those guys don't like us. When it comes to water, they just don't like us. And we know it. And we know that we have taken strides in making sure that, in fact, we take care of our resources here. In the time that I served with you, we took care of those resources, and I know that you do now. And I ask you to continue to have the courage and that vision to look at alternatives, take care of Orange County as you have. I was proud to stand behind you and lead with the groundwater replenishment system, millions of gallons to Orange County communities, if you will. I ask you to support the term sheet, to move forward and create alternatives that Orange County deserves.
All the clapping is still going to take up time. Please, John. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is John Earl. I publish the Surf City Voice at surfcityvoice.com. It looks at waterboarding in Southern California. I have a question that I've been asking repeatedly board, I think the staff and Poseidon, and I haven't gotten an answer yet for it. So for the benefit of my readers, all 12 of them, I would like to ask you, now, the water that Poseidon will be giving us, 56,000 acre feet, will have to replace an equal amount of imported water. The imported water, it actually is about $700 an acre feet, not the 1,000 that you guys buy to put into the aquifer. So we will not get a single drop of additional water to our supply from the Poseidon project. That's the way the rules are. Now, unless you think the rules are going to change, what is the benefit for this? We're paying 3 to 10 times, according to Irvine Ranch Water District, the amount over a period of time for this water, and we're not getting any additional supply. Where's the reliability for the Orange County Water District or the people that it will serve? Where is that? And in the meantime, we'll be subsidizing, in effect, people who will get that cheaper water now made available for agencies outside of the district, outside of our service area. So why? The question is, why would you do that? Why would you replace water, cheaper water, with more expensive water? What is the logic in that? It's not going to give one single drop of additional water. Now, somebody ought to answer that for the public. I think that there's some board members up here who would like to know the answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think my to answer that question. Come next. I've got a few.
Clem Dominguez, Scott Smith, Debbie Cook, Mary Jo Beretich, James Torres, Mark Dixon. Please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca, and I'm speaking for residents of the council of the
Speak in the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Our core idea is glad to see that we are finally proposing the discussion of alternatives. It is unfortunate that the Citizens Advisory Committee was prohibited from exploring alternatives. This discussion should come before approving the term sheet. But we need to go beyond alternatives and discuss demand modeling and the tendency of agencies to always project an increase in demand. This is a sloppy and lazy way to forecast future demand and will lead to expensive and unnecessary capital projects. The new emergency conservation regulations will require OCWD member agencies to conserve and have the drought subsidy some much more than others. If those conservation efforts result in long-term demand management reforms, how will that impact MODOC reliability study? And if MODOC modifies the cash for grass program to include criteria for on-site rainwater retention, how much more decentralized groundwater recharge will we get for that very little extra cost or effort? If the state finally approves direct potable reuse, how much more wastewater recycling can all of Orange County do? If other agencies in Southern California finally invest in a proven GWRS system for their own customers, how much more regional demand reduction might we see? And how much will that improve the reliability of imported water? You don't need to answer those questions in fine detail, but until we at least study what the alternatives are and what the comparable costs and benefits are,
Thank you.
is premature.
Next.
How can some people get 3 minutes and other people get 2?
No.
They
Timer just goes to 3 minutes.
I understand that, but she just said thank you, dismissing her at 3, or at 2 minutes.
Please go on.
Let's go.
Can that happen?
Good evening. My name is Diana Carey. I'm councilwoman from the city of Westminster. I am speaking to you tonight, though, as a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee. And as Councilman Dipp said, our council has not discussed this in any way, shape, or form thus far. So my comments tonight are about my experience with the committee, and I just wanted to say that it was a wonderful experience, and it was a very thoughtful group. I know there was some concern that as a group we might not be able to handle all the technical issues. I can certainly tell you that that was absolutely not the case. And should you decide that you would like us to continue, that would be a good idea, especially to look at alternatives. But I did want to say one thing that is really important, and I know we did a really nice review of what the committee said, but please, please look at all of the materials, the questions, the answers, and the thoughts of the committee that were generated, because they are very, very insightful. And I do have to say one thing. Universally, whether individuals were in favor of desal or not in favor of desal, I have to tell you that tying it to the met rate was a grave concern to almost everyone. And the thought there was, too, if it's always tied to the met rate and then there's also an increase on top of that, there is no incentive to actually buy it because it's never, ever going to be cheaper than the met rate. So that is something that if you do adopt the term sheet, I would really urge you to look at that part of it very, very carefully. And just on a personal level, I love the groundwater replenishment system. Great team. And I just want to say that if anybody builds this thing, if you're going to build it, it ought to be you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Dominguez. And if I thought that Poseidon could provide this thing in 3 to 6 months, I'd say, yeah. We're talking 4 years here. It's like this drought, the drought is in 4 years. So the sense of urgency tonight is pretty ridiculous. And they're not even going to do their financing until 2017. That's a good question I have. As some of the other speakers have said, we're still tying the rate to the NWD rate. I don't care. The last time I was up here, I recommended a cap. We put a cap in, but it's so vague, and it's why only after the first 15 years are you going to start looking at the profit? Look at it from day one, not from 15 years from now. And a couple other things. I'm very concerned. People keep saying we're going to have a local supply. We have a local supply, but we don't have local control. Poseidon is headquarters in Connecticut. they're going to have a plant from, an engineering company from Israel run it. That's not local control. I don't care if it's Israel or Iran, I don't like that. I'm not happy with that at all. I also understand, I see all the people, I used to be in the union too, I was a teamster at one time. And you know, it's true, we're gonna get more jobs, but we'll get just as many jobs if we just either build this thing ourselves, which is the best idea, or build replenishment districts, replenishment facilities like we have in Fountain Valley. I mean, that's what the grand jury just recommended, basically. So I think this is really, I don't see why we have a middleman like that. I have nothing against Poseidon. I think, and I think that, by the way, I've got a couple seconds, I think that committee did one hell of a job. Thank you very much.
Thanks. My name is Scott Smith, and I was going to talk about the environment. And I've heard now that the train has led the station to protect the environment. Roger, would you care to read the OCWD mission statement?
Okay. The mission of the Orange County Water District is to provide local water retailers with a reliable, adequate, high-quality water supply at the lowest reasonable cost in an environmentally responsible manner. That is your job.
So the question is if that's your job, how can you say wash your hands and say, oh, too bad, other people have decided that environmentally it's sound, without doing due diligence? That is just, that's like, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You can't fix a bad project with a term sheet, and you can't fix California's water woes with a $1 billion desal project. Your budget setting meeting last month was really opened my eyes to the reality that groundwater producers chose the lower replenishment assessment of $28 instead of the higher $46 increase, which would have bought us more water to recharge. But they do that because they have to answer to elected officials who don't want to have to face their constituents and tell them the rates are going up again. But the irony is that if Poseidon's project is built, then you have to raise the replenishment assessment nearly $100 per acre foot, and that's if all the projected subsidies come in. So some cities could very well see a Prop 218 revolt if you go forward with this. We also have a problem, I'd like to point out, that is that we have a very inequitable distribution of water from the basin. Serrano Water District, serving Villa Park, pumps at a per capita rate that is more than 5 times greater than the city of Santa Ana, where residents are using 78 gallons per capita. What would happen if the basin were actually distributed equitably? Well, according to your budget report, this year's members will pump about 322,000 acre-feet of water. This is equivalent to 125 gallons per person in the district, far more than the needs of Santa Ana. But as you know, pumping is based on demand, and wealthy residents use more water than those living on a smaller budget. Not only would it be fair to allocate per capita, it would incentivize conservation. It would mean that those who can least afford utility increases would not be saddled with subsidizing the wealthiest, most wasteful residents who are proclaiming at every opportunity that they need more water. We do not need more water. We need politicians and residents of this district who are willing to learn the facts and who have the courage to embrace a change that will serve us all in the long term. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Jo Baratic. I'm here also representing residents for responsible desalination. I'm an engineer, and I do understand the technologies and logistics associated with accessing water from existing sources. I'm also deeply concerned about the environment, the harm that is happening, could be happening, and has been happening in the AES plant, in the marine life. Also, the excessive noise and vibration. And as this is, can happen, we have 30 would be housing something around 33 pumps going 24/7, and the vibration levels and the noise levels will be detrimental to the birds and wildlife that we have in the nearby wetlands, which we have recently restored.
Our groundwater replenishment system is phenomenal. And it's proven to the world that this technology is efficient and cost-effective. Other cities, even in South Orange County, where this water is supposed to go, are formulating plans to increase their own production of water through the capture and treatment of wastewater, in some cases even desalination plants, which can be sited and designed in several different ways. Some of the alternative ways to build desalination plants could minimize, if not eliminate, the environmental harm and produce water cheaper. The State Water Resources Control Board recently amended their plan for seawater desalination. They, along with the California Coastal Commission, are exceedingly concerned about Poseidon's insistence in the past, and I hope it's going to be better, on the use of the existing antiquated ABS 50-year-old intake and outflow pipes. The Coastal Commission proposes a subsurface intake system for the outflow, and it is a diffusing system for the outflow, the intake and the outflow. We also, not only Brian, of course,
Thank you.
It's kind of studies conducted in the past. Oh, are we through?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry. Okay, let me call other names too. Chief Orr, Mario Rodriguez, Shirley Detloff, Brett Baker, John O'Neill.
Madam President and members of the board, my name is Mark Dixon. I have some questions tonight. First, what are the benefits of partnering with Poseidon? What skills or expertise do they bring that OCWD doesn't already have? Until Poseidon can show they actually have all the permits and leases they say they have, the extra costs of partnering with them are unclear. And now that the ocean plan amendment has been approved, it's reasonably foreseeable that the site design and technology Poseidon has so far refused to modify will not be granted a long-term permit. OCWD has far more experience in designing and building a desalination plant than Poseidon. You're now operating one that is twice the size of their proposed project, the GWRS. With Poseidon comes a requirement to pay off venture capitalists who have already spent $50 to $60 million on a 15-year political campaign of lobbyists. Why would you or your ratepayers agree to pay Poseidon back for all their lobbyists? It hasn't resulted in any permits, no designs, no blueprints. You're considering taking on millions of dollars of debt with no tangible assets in return. Why would you do that? If this project really is necessary, this agency should be in the driver's seat from start to finish. Don't approve this term sheet. It sends the wrong message to Poseidon and your ratepayers. Thank you.
Good evening. Are you James Torres?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did James Torres come up? He was in that first group, that's all. Please, go ahead.
My name is Mario Rodriguez, and I'm chairman of Hispanic 100. We're an organization dedicated to promoting Hispanic leaders and free enterprise and principles within the Hispanic community. And I have a prepared speech, but I'm just going to cut short. I know there's a lot of speakers here this evening, and I'm just asking you to support the term sheet in front of you this evening. I know there's a lot. I know numerous of you, and you're very smart individuals, and I know for a fact you will make the right decision. I'm asking you to support the term sheet for the Poseidon plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Green and members of the board, and I'm Shirley Detloff, former mayor of the city of Huntington Beach and a former state coastal commissioner. I first want to thank the board for allowing the Citizens Advisory Committee to review the terms of incorporation of the board's actions tonight. We thoroughly reviewed the document and made several major recommendations, and I believe several of these recommendations have now been incorporated in the term sheet we're discussing tonight. The committee took their job very seriously, and I hope we were able to assist you in this very difficult job. I hope you will reach a decision which will prepare Orange County to meet what we are experiencing in today's drought conditions and prepare for the future. As a member of the Sanitation District Board some years ago, I remember those early conversations regarding the groundwater replenishment project. Those who doubted whether or not it would be effective. Today, countries all over the world visit our site and hear nothing but praise for the project as a leading voice in meeting water demands around the world. We are now faced with another opportunity to prepare for the future. One thing we do know is that the scientific community tells us that our climates are changing dramatically throughout the world, something we live in Southern California are already experiencing. We know that our populations continue to grow and plans for housing and water use are not being put on hold. Planning commissions throughout the region still approve hundreds of new housing units to meet the housing demands every month without assuring adequate supply of water. State and federal leaders, starting with Governor Jerry Brown and Senator Barbara Boxer, are urging governmental bodies and water districts to find long-term solutions to our water issues. I hope that future generations will look at the decisions that are made tonight and to know that this board made the right decision, that they were able to look into the future and know that they took every step to ensure that our important resource is still available, water. This will not completely solve our problems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we missed it. Good evening, President Green, directors, staff, and fellow residents, concerned residents. My name is John O'Neill, and I had the honor to be appointed to the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Committee. It was a very good group. We had a robust discussion over 4 nights. I think the first night was 3.5, 4 hours, sometimes outbreak. So we know what it is to put in some time. I would like to thank the directors for appointing me. And I know for myself and probably all of my fellow other CAC members, we would be happy to serve if you need us going forward in this. From a legal and business perspective, this is a great term sheet. I mean, if I was in your position, Poseidon's taking all the risk, most of the risk. I like the fact that the public and the Orange County Water District is going to own the distribution system and operate that and build that. So that's a very good thing. I've been here 50 years. My family's been here in Orange County for 60 years. I've never really seen the demand go down. Our aquifer is so low. Our supply is decreasing. Demand is increasing. The population is increasing. We can't just have a blind eye and not look at pursue all supply, conservation, replenishment. We need to consider this extra supply of water, in my opinion. I am a planning commissioner in Garden Grove. I've been an electrician and electrical contractor for the past 30 years. I sit on the committee for the Orange County Electrical Training Trust. But I'm here as a resident and a concerned citizen, just like everybody else that has spoke here with me. But we need to pursue all these things. In my opinion, doing nothing is a greater risk. We've come this far and it's taken so long. People are arguing that, we don't need it, what's the rush? Well, it's been 15 years we've been talking about this stuff. So, in my opinion, I'd like you to move forward and approve the term sheet so Orange County can have a reliable supply of fresh water going forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Wynn, Ernesto Medrano, Matthew Brazos, and Roger Buta.
Good evening, council members. My name is Fred Baker. I live in Huntington Beach, and I'm a retired member of Ironworkers Local 433. I surf in the local waters around Newland Street nearly every day, and I wouldn't agree with the project. It would be harmful to the coastline that I enjoy regularly. I won't take up much of your time. I just wanted to say that this project will provide 3 things for Orange County: water, jobs, and tax revenue. I'd love to see my brothers and sisters get work and build a legacy water reliability project in my hometown. This is a legacy project because generations from now, when this salinization project is still providing drinking water for Orange County, I can say that we had a hand in making this happen. If you vote to approve the term sheet tonight, you can say that too. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Green and board members. My name is Mike Balsamo with the Building Industry Association. We represent over 1,000 member companies, over 100,000 employees involved in the business of home building here in Orange County. Our mission is to champion housing as a foundation of vibrant and sustainable communities. And we are doing everything we can to partner with our local water districts on conservation efforts in all of our communities. New homes today use 50% less water than homes built in the mid-1990s and prior to that time. So we really have done a great job with efficiency in terms of fixtures and the different makeup of the construction of the home today. All that said, we need to bolster and diversify our water sources and supplies for Orange County. We need to be self-determined on having more reliability in the future. We can't rely on the unreliability of other areas of the state and our state government, unfortunately. So I would urge you tonight to move forward and approve this term sheet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ernesto Medrano, and I serve as council representative for the Los Angeles Orange County Building Trades Council, representing over 140,000 members, of which many are in this room tonight. I'm also an Anaheim resident and understand the need to have an environmentally sound water reliability project. We strongly stand behind and support the Orange County Water District as it moves forward tonight. We encourage you to vote to approve the term sheet. We've been coming out testifying in support of this project since the late 1990s. And we certainly appreciate the tenacity that Poseidon has shown through this extensive regulatory process. No one can claim the process has been moving too quickly. In fact, now some of the opponents are claiming we shouldn't move forward because the process is moving too slowly, and that we might be out of our current drought by the time the project is built. But the reason that this project is needed is that we live in a semi-arid climate where droughts like this are just recurring. Even if we have a wet winter this year, the next one is right around the corner. Building this project insulates us against future droughts whenever they may occur. Jobs, water, and tax revenue, those are the three best reasons to build this project. Give us a chance to bring water reliability to Orange County through desalination. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, my name is Kevin. I'm a student of Orange County and I grew up in Irvine. I'm here standing up for the young adults of the future generation because we will be benefiting the most from this water desalination project. And I urge the board tonight to continue on with this project without any delay. I'd like to point out, however, that it is a bit ironic that one of the objections from some of our opponents is that this current water desalination effort will not help with the current drought. I think it's a bit unfair, though, that they're saying that when they're throwing every obstacle, lawsuit, and appeal to halt this procedure, yet they have the audacity to claim that this project is taking too long to begin to be built. Furthermore, this project isn't meant to just help with this current drought process, which would require the drought to take up to 4 years. This project is meant to be a solution for the future, a self-sustaining water production supply, not just for 5, 10 years down the road, but 20, 30, 40, 50. A time where I can stay in Orange County, have a family, and I don't have to worry about us having a drought-free water supply. As such, I'd like to thank the board for welcoming me here tonight, and I'm eager to see this project move forward. Thank you.
I'll recall Matthew Brazos, Roger Buto, Keith Gore, and then the next 5, Richard Bird, Siegfried Calaquian, forgive the pronunciation, Billy Campagna, Joe Carchino, and Benny Diaz. Please come on up. In any order. Just kind of.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome. You are?
My name is Richard Bird. I live in Garden Grove. I am the business agent for the Reinforcing Iron Workers of Local 416 here in Orange County. I'm sorry, I've lost myself here. Project is important to me, my neighbors, and my family, and the membership of Local 416. This 3-year construction project will create and employ thousands of jobs. The project of this magnitude is not about jobs that will create. This is jobs that will create. It is, I'm sorry, I've lost myself. At this time, we could not find a more needed project. This is an environmentally sound desalination plant that will bring a new drought-tolerant supply of water to Orange County. I urge the members of the board to approve this term sheet, and I urge you to move forward and make this project shovel-ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And who are you?
Good evening, board members. My Plania. I'm a member of the Painters Union. I live in the city of Orange County. We have been attending Orange County Water District meetings for 2 years. Before that, we were at Coastal Commission meetings, Regional Water Board meetings, State Land Commission meetings, and city EIR meetings. For the last decade, it has been meeting after meeting, yet still no desalination plans under construction. Now we are being forced as a penalty of thousands of dollars in fines to reduce our water use by about a third because we don't have enough imported water. While water conservation is important, so is the development of new water supplies. Don't be fooled by those who claim that the process is being rushed. The EIR was approved by Huntington Beach 10 years ago this fall. This has not been a rushed process. And even if you give approval today, we still have the Coastal Commission hearing on the final water reliability agreement before the first shovel or dirt can be turned. I ask that you approve the term sheet today and direct your staff to begin the negotiation process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Siegfried Falekian, and I'm a recent college graduate from UCI, as well as a resident from Anaheim. Desalination is done through the world where you have large populations living in arid or semi-arid regions, and this is exactly what we have in Orange County. During the time this project in Huntington Beach has been making its way through California's regulatory permitting process, and Israel has become almost completely self-reliant in terms of its water use thanks to desalination. We are now facing water rationing by the state in our local cities, and water districts are looking at fines of up to $10,000 per day. I don't know how much more critical our water supply needs to be. Your vote today does not commit you to the project, but it does indicate that you are willing to consider desalination as an option. Many of the opponents of this project say we just need to wait, that we're rushing. But first of all, a 15-year permitting process is hardly rushing. And second, even if this project is approved and permitted by the end of this year, the earliest the project would come to fruition is 2019. I would hope that you would approve this term sheet so that we don't have to wait another generation for desalination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. In the meantime, I'll call Gail Eastman, Tom Ferguson, Brian Genovese, and Kevin Kyam. I think it's Koyanaggi. Sorry, and Edler.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, friends of mine, Mama, Lina, Stephen. It is a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Benny Diaz. I represent LULAC, the largest Latino organization in the nation. We are the most, I think, the most organized and more old organization in the nation in the field of civil rights. We are here to try to support the term sheet. We are here to support your project, which is our project, our community project. But at the same time, indulge me, allow me to say something that really caught my attention. If you go outside, you don't see nothing in Spanish for our community. And that is very important, our community to be taken care of too. We are not an invisible part of this society. So supporting the project is extremely important for our community, but also to be involved, bring another part of our community is extremely important. Consequently, I would like to please support this project. This is extremely important for our community. We have to look, we have to be provocative, we have to invite, be different from other counties, because that's what makes different Orange County. We don't go straight to Sacramento, we go to Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
President Green, my name is Joe Corcio. I'm former mayor of Huntington Beach, and I served on the Huntington Beach City Council when the supplemental environmental impact report was completed by the city of Huntington Beach. The council based their decision to certify the EIR on science and facts that showed the project can be built without significant environmental impacts. As with all infrastructure projects, there'll always be individuals who will say anything to stop the project from proceeding. However, we need to consider whether we base our decisions on science or the vocal minority. I know that you're not here to look at environmental issues, and that's for other agencies. However, as you analyze the term sheet and the cost issues related to desal, I would encourage you to take the same approach. Consider all the points of view, but focus on the math. You have to determine what is the value of drought-proof, reliable water supply that you control locally. 20 years ago, your board voted to approve the GWR recycling project, even though the water at the time was more expensive than imported water. That turned out to be a very wise decision by the board. You should move forward today with the approval of the term sheet and work out water purchase agreement with Poseidon. I believe future boards will look back on this board and about that they have made wise decisions on the long-term best interest for our county. I encourage you to approve the term sheet and work toward water purchases agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Madam President and board members, thank you for having me. My name is Gail Eastman. I'm a former Anaheim City Council member, and I'm also a resident of Anaheim. I'm here representing my fellow residents of Anaheim. I was pleased to be appointed and serve on the Citizens Advisory Committee. And as I understood it, we had one major charge, and that was to really go over that term sheet and look at it in depth and advise you on it. And I think we did an excellent job of that. It was a very intense series of meetings, very short time frame. And I believe that you all have all the documentation you need to make the right kind of decision. This board has an incredibly deep history of successful management of our groundwater, and I believe that this is one more thing in the arsenal of available tools that we have to make sure that the future growth of Anaheim and community, that this whole region, we're going to continue to grow. We're seeing that. We've heard people say that we're going to continue to experience growth, and that's going to require more water because this is a desert. So I would just urge you to get moving on this, approve this tonight so that it can move forward, because if it's not approved, we're just sort of marking time and actually going backwards. So let's continue the momentum that you have with this term sheet and approve it tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kevin Coronati.
No, wait a minute. Say it again. I'm sorry. Don't take time away from them. I massacred your name. I'm sorry.
My name is Kevin Coronati, and I'm a student and resident of Irvine. So every single state legislator in Orange County is in support of this term sheet. I find that very impressive. And water itself isn't left wing or right wing. It's just water. We have it or we don't have it. And our state legislators know, I think more than some people, that relying on Northern California water is not a viable long-term solution. The Orange County Water District has been working with Poseidon for the past 2 years and doing this due diligence. I urge you to put an end to this waiting. Approve this term sheet tonight. Give Poseidon his final permits. And let's see if we can make Orange County more water independent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, welcome.
My name is Tom Ferguson. I work with Schwartz Pools, and I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. We design, engineer, and build some of the top custom pools in Orange County. And pools have been somewhat targeted by various water districts around the county, most of the water districts. But I think it's important for you guys to understand that having a pool in the backyard actually conserves more water than if you have a lawn of equal size, especially if you cover the pool. Okay? While we strongly support water use efficiency and encourage our customers to use drought-tolerant plants around the pools, I also don't think they should be embarrassed for wanting some nice things that they worked hard for, like the swimming pools. Our customers don't mind paying a fair rate for the water they use for their pool, but to be told they can't have water for their pool after we build it seems ridiculous, especially when we've got the largest water source anywhere 2 miles away. Just because our pools create jobs for our workers and the enjoyment of our customers, it's not a reason to build a desalination plant. However, to wean ourselves off imported water, and more importantly, to wean ourselves off the bureaucrats in Sacramento that want to ration our water seems like a pretty good idea. Water independence for Orange County is important, and we can start that tonight with a vote to approve the term sheet in front of you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'm going to call Steve Lamodal, maybe, building industry. Doug. Yes, thank you. Eric McHugh, Martin McIntosh, and Joe Monaco. Please.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be speaking tonight. My name is Brian Genovese, and I'm a member of the Orange County Association of Realtors, also a lifelong resident of Orange County. A few brief points I'd like to make. I've heard the arguments that you don't build desalination plants to address short-term drought, and I agree with that. However, desalination plants are important for areas where drought is recurring issues and other water sources are limited. And that's exactly the situation we have here in Orange County. We suffered through 3 serious droughts in my lifetime since 1977. 3 major droughts in the last 40 years. And even after the one we have now breaks, another one will be around. So we talked to our clients about mandatory water rationing and what's going on with folks. They want to know whether our cities and water districts need to improve our water supplies. So we're going to do our part to conserve water, but we need to know that our water district leaders are doing their part and looking at water supply opportunities. So if you vote against the term sheet tonight, I hate to have to explain to the voters why you denied a new drought-proof water supply to Orange County, instead you prefer the status quo for rationing and praying for rain. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Eric McHugh, and I'm currently a 4th-year student at the University of California, Irvine, and a resident of Newport Beach. Now, I'm going to voice my support in approving this term sheet. I know many of you may be thinking I'm only encouraging to support this term sheet because we're in a current drought. I'm telling you I'm not going to do that. I'm encouraging to support this term sheet because even if this drought ends, there may be another drought right after that. And what will we do then? Desalination can really help with that. I've noticed that an issue that's been rarely brought up is our dependence on importing water. As of now, I believe we currently import roughly a third of our water, and if Project Poseidon passes, I believe we can reduce that to around importing 1/4 of our water. I'll be the first to admit that Project Poseidon doesn't solve all our problems. We still need to expand our groundwater replenishment system. We still need to divert more stormwater to the aquifer, and most importantly, we still need to efficiently use our water. But I do believe we also need a desalination plant also. I believe we should diversify our water portfolio, and Project Poseidon is a perfect opportunity to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Board, you've heard it all tonight. I'll try and be very brief. I'll just say if we had 200 days like today, we wouldn't all be here talking about this, would we? Doug Mangione. I represent the Brotherhood of Electrical Workers here in Orange County. Listen, like the gentleman said, your job is to provide safe, reliable, clean, adequate water supply to 2.5 million residents of Greater Orange County in an environmentally sound way. And that's what this project does. It's providing all that. It's just one tool in the toolbox to help us remain viable, to keep our economy going here, and have adequate, safe drinking water here in Orange County. I'm reminded of the poem, Water, Water Everywhere, but not a drop to drink. And that was true in Coolidge's time. But, you know, I believe in human engineering and human ingenuity. And by that, we now can look at water, water everywhere off our coast, and we actually can drink it. So
please move forward with this project, move forward with the negotiations, approve this tonight, and let's move forward and tap that large reservoir out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President and Director. My name is Joe Monaco. I'm with DUDEC, the environmental consulting firm that, on behalf of the city of Huntington Beach, prepared the subsequent environmental impact report. So it's a topic that's near and dear to my heart, but out of respect for your wishes expressed by the board, I'll forego my comments on that this evening and just offer up to answer any questions you might have this evening.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Martin McIntosh. I represent the South Orange County Economic Coalition. Our organization is made up of many top businesses throughout South County. Our main focus is on the development and maintenance of infrastructure to support business and the economy. It's a $54 billion economy that's 90% reliant on imported water. Over 90% for our South County. North County's got it easy. So, water reliability is critical to the future of our local businesses, both in keeping them, maintaining them, and having places for the workers to live. We view the Huntington Beach Seawater Desalination Project as an important project for all of Orange County. Your vote to approve the term sheet today will keep the project moving forward and allow your staff and Poseidon to begin the detailed work that is necessary to develop the specific water purchase agreement. The structure of this term sheet does two things that are very important. It minimizes the risk for OCWD, and it also minimizes the initial price of water, making it extremely competitive and important for the water cost. Again, though it's simply the structure of a potential future deal, most importantly, this deal signals to the Coastal Commission that Orange County Water District needs this water, wants the water, needs a new supply, and will be helpful to ensure that the project is able to obtain the permits that it needs. Please vote to approve the term sheet tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll call Bob Newman. Newman, maybe? Newman. Bob Newman, Tom Follett, Robert Ruiz, Jim Schwartz, Bob Solnick, and Steve Lamont. Please.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ed Laird. I'm a Huntington Beach businessman, and I served on the Citizens Advisory Committee that spent the last month and a half reviewing the term sheet. There has been a lot of talk about conducting further alternative project analysis. The reality is that the Water District has already done a thorough alternatives analysis in its 2014 long-term facilities plan update. The plan identifies the HVD cell project as a priority project and finds that it is the single largest source of new local water available to the district. In fact, there is no other identified source of water in the Water District's long-term plan that is truly new or drought-free or drought-proof other than the desal water. As the term sheet, the board wanted protection from risk and they got it. There is a ceiling to protect the ratepayers if imported water costs skyrocket. The Water District does not pay for any water that is not delivered. Poseidon takes the financial risk on issues including power costs, interest rates, and changes in local. The term sheet includes a reopener every 5 years starting in year 15 that will allow the cost of the desal water to be adjusted down. Finally, the term sheet includes a condition that all projects permits must be obtained before the Water District considers a contract to buy the water. So asking for this term sheet to be delayed until after the coastal development permit is issued is simply a transparent delay tactic, especially because the Coastal Commission now has indicated that the term sheet will be beneficial to the project in order to obtain the final permit.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Your name?
My name is Robert Ruiz. I am representing
representative for the laborers, Local 652, right here in Orange County, and I'm a resident of the city of Irvine. President Green, ladies and gentlemen of the board. There are only a handful of us here tonight, as you see, but we represent over 3,200 working men and women who have been waiting over a decade to build this Huntington Beach seawater desalination facility. By voting to approve the term sheet tonight, we keep the process moving forward and offer opportunity for desalination to be a part of Orange County's future water portfolio. We have been studying this project for over 2 years now. The public has been involved in every step of the way, both with public meetings like this one, as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee. The term sheet before you achieve the goals the board indicated were important, including bringing the cost of desal water as close as possible to imported water, as well as shifting risks associated with project over Poseidon. Desalination is no longer just nice to have, it is a need to have. You know, I've been hearing lots about alternatives. I've been hearing about the drought ever since I was old enough to ride a bike, and we could talk about alternatives for the next 20 years, and only God knows where we will be at that time. We don't need to talk about alternatives. What we need is action, and we need to take it now. So please, like I said before, I'm asking you to do the right thing, because this is not only the right thing, but it's also the responsible thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Madam President, members of the board, my name is Bob Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of OCWD. We support all forms of new water, and we support the term sheet. Climate change is the game changer in this conversation. Drought, unfortunately, is a result of climate change. As you know, Orange County imports 50% of its water from two increasingly unreliable sources: the Sierra Snowpack, which is at 5% of normal, and the Colorado River, the most contested river in the country, now also at its lowest allocations. Your GWRS program is exceptional. However, by your own analysis, it is not sufficient to meet your projected 2035 75,000 acre-feet shortfall. By moving forward with this term sheet and negotiating a deal, you can come very close to alleviating that entire shortfall. The cost of imported water has gone up 6.4% over the past 20 years, and with the drought is projected to go even higher. The cost of the water we're discussing tonight would cost less than a penny a gallon and would add between $1 and $2 to a ratepayer's bill. This is a non-binding agreement. We think it is eminently reasonable to move forward with it. We hope to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll recall these people and then move on. Bob Newman, Tom Pollitt, Jim Schwartz, Steve Lamont. Lamotte, Lamotte. Nope. Okay, let's go on to Gabriella Sineri, Jeremy Vasquez, Steve Grayshock, Joshua Herman, and Ryan Hugh.
Madam Chair, I noticed that some of the cards are coming up now. I think we need to cut that off at some point.
You want to say, ma'am?
Well, I think we should stop it like within 10 minutes or 5 minutes. If anybody wants to speak, they should have turned the cards in a while ago.
What's the pleasure of the board? Okay, if you want to speak, have not turned in a card, get those cards in the next 2 minutes, and then there will be no more speaker cards. Please, welcome.
Good evening, my name is Gabriela Sineri, and I am with the the Orange County Association of Realtors. I'm speaking in favor of the proposal of the term sheet. We're talking about drought, we're talking about population, we're talking about a lot of other things that the other people spoke here, but without water we have no life. We're talking about the price of water, but the price of the groceries is going to go up if we don't have water. So I'm just going in favor of the term sheet. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Your name?
Hi, my name is Ryan Kluger. I currently live in Newport, Viejo. And your staff has done a great job negotiating a good deal here, but we also have to give the side a little credit here. They've been trying to build this project since the late 1990s and have sunk tens of millions of dollars into securing all the permits they need, except for one that they hope to have in their hand. This term sheet provides taxpayer protection and opens the door for the possibility of new water supply from the sea. A drought-proof water supply will benefit us today and the next generation as well. Your board was raised 20 years ago when you guys chose to turn sewer water into drinking water over objections at the time. Please keep that vision and keep this process moving forward so we can turn seawater into drinking water for more water in the lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Your name?
Hi, good evening. My name is Josh Herman. I live in the city of Orange. I also want to thank you guys on doing a great job of negotiating the term sheet. You guys gave a tall order, shifting the risk to Poseidon, while at the same time driving costs as low as possible. Usually the less risk you take, the higher the cost. We're looking at initial cost impact of maybe $1 or $2 on our water bill per month. In exchange, we get a drought-free, high-quality water supply. This term sheet provides ratepayer protection and opens the door for the possibility of a new water supply in the city. I would encourage you to continue to go down this path and see if desalination can be a part of Orange County's future. It's great jobs, it's bringing tax revenue, it's ensure water for future generations, and let's vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sam Hurtado, Jeff Jackson, Bob Kasprosik, Kevin Costo, Stuart Barrios, and this is the cutoff.
Ready to go?
No more cards. All right, please.
Sam Hurtado, sheet metal worker, second generation. Thank you for allowing us to come before you. I represent, like I said, I'm a second generation sheet metal worker. I represent 800 Orange County residents that are sheet metal workers. I'm a graduate of Cal State Fullerton, proud to be a Titan. I'm here because I have skin in the game. I am a resident. Part of the skin in the game is that I have a grandson, 1 year old, and I want to make sure he has a supply for him. He's the life of my life. He's the love of my life. This drought is real. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, it is real. And if you don't believe that, my dad who retired, remember that second generation sheet metal worker? He retired 25 years ago to do the Green Acres thing over in the Central Valley. When he was there, there's a little town this summer that ran out of water called Porterville. Guess where my pops retired? Porterville. So, they had to truck water. It is real. This drought is real. He told me that part of the growers in the valley found it more profitable to be able to sell their water rights than to grow the crops and a lot less hassle. So you think it isn't real? That is real. So the smart learn from the mistakes. The intelligent learn from others' mistakes. Let's not repeat that mistake. The definition of proactive is controlling a situation by making things happen or by preparing for possible future problems. Let's not repeat the Porterville situation. Please support this. Thank you.
Next.
There are 4 seats up here in the front row for those of you who are standing in the back. Unless you just like the torture of standing up.
Please.
Hello, my name is Bob Kasprosik. I'm a union iron worker from Local 433. I own Surf City Steel, and I live in Huntington Beach, California. And mostly, I just kind of bullet pointed, I'm sure everything is already going in like the environment. I know it's going to be done perfectly, because as an iron worker, I had the privilege to connect the 75-story building downtown Los Angeles when I moved here 35 years ago. You couldn't see the mountains on even on a rainy day. And now we get to enjoy to see them all the time. So I feel good about that. As a businessman, we don't farm here anymore. So it's a great business that we're gonna do this. It's gonna be nothing but positive for our taxes. But as a resident and a parent, I would, you guys are a little bit older than I am, but not too much. So I think we could talk as a parent, an aunt, or an uncle, where we used to go to Lake Mead. And we've seen it when it was nice, and it's not getting, the ring is gonna go away. It's gonna just die. There's not gonna be no more water there. When I used to take my family for trips up north, we used to watch the water come off the aqueduct and go, where's that come? What's that, Dad? And that's where the water comes from. Now when you take a little vacation, take a ride up north, you look at it and go, that's where the water comes from. We ain't getting nothing. I really, really support this. I know, I haven't heard that many people talk negative against it. So I really support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, welcome.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Jeff Jackson. I'm here tonight as a member of the Orange County Association of Realtors. One of the questions that we get, myself and other real estate agents, when we show houses, what kind of water restrictions are in each individual community? You know, you can go from 10% to 35% based on what the state has enacted. While some relish the idea of rationing being a new normal, I don't think anybody on this board wants that to continue. We need to reduce your dependence on imported water so we're not subject to this state's draconian water rules. We used to be fiercely independent in Orange County. I believe we can and must be independent against our water rules. Your recycling program at OCWD is terrific. We're already conserving water, and certainly can and must do more. We need those supplies. I simply would ask you to approve this determination, keep the project moving forward, and keep Orange County as independent and as self-sufficient as it has been in the past.
Thank you. Next, John Scott, Richard Amenderis, Alan Bernstein, he's spoken, Pierce Swan, and Michael Wellborn. Thank you, please.
Good evening. My name is Stuart Barrios. I'm currently a student at the University of California, Irvine, local from Newport Beach. I'll go straight to the point. If I buy a water bottle at a gas station, it's going to cost me a couple dollars for roughly about 18 ounces. Desalinated water costs about half a penny for a gallon, and the water is delivered right to the tap. To achieve this, it would cost just about $1 more on the water bills monthly of what we pay now. Where I'm going with this is, what is the value of a drought-proof water source that helps wean us off imported water? Just that, about $1 more a month. Is it worth it? Based on the fact that we're in our third drought in the last 30 years, I'd say it is. We're already rationing that. What would happen if you go into the 5th year of the drought in 2016 and you vote against the term sheet today? How many water reliability projects is Orange County Water District working on, where a third party is willing to cover the development, construction, financing, and operation cost of the project? Orange County Water District only pays for the water delivered. What other projects can claim that benefit? This desalination project is the single largest source of new local water available to the district. I encourage you to approve the term sheet.
Thank you. Next, please. Your name?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kevin Daniel. I'm a lifelong resident of Newport Beach, and I'm sure people will walk in here tonight. We're going to ask you to put this off and delay it as long as we can, so Poseidon gets all the permits it needs. That's a clever tactic designed to try to kill the project. The term sheet clearly states that the water district won't enter into a binding contract until Poseidon has received all the permits. So there's no risk of approving a non-binding term sheet tonight. Additionally, the Coastal Commission says that they want to know that a 50 million gallon per day desalination plant is needed. And the way they'll judge that is whether you approve this term sheet and begin the negotiations. Even if you don't reach negotiations with Poseidon, isn't there a benefit that all that Quite simply, there's zero downside to approving the term sheet today. But the upside is jobs, tax revenue, and infinite drought-proof water supply. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, my name is John Scott, and I'm a ratepayer. It is ironic that the term sheet ties the price of Poseidon water to NWD's imported treated water rate. For 15 years, Poseidon has been preaching that at some point in the future, their water would be cheaper than imported water. Their story has changed. There is no rational reason that the two commodities should be linked in such fashion. MWD's fixed costs are associated with such things as dam construction, pumping facilities, land purchases, or a potential delta fix. That has nothing to do with the cost of membranes or chemicals or brine disposal. And OCWD has very limited control over MWD's costs and no way of predicting what they might mean to future water rates. And why would you tie the price of Poseidon's water to treated water rates when you can buy untreated water for groundwater replenishment? In the end, Poseidon has every right to a profit for their business. But the public is not required to pay for their profit. You should thoroughly consider the cost of service in comparison to other alternatives that are cheaper and equally reliable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm the chairman of the board. My name is Richard Arnold Harris. I'm a retired administrative law judge of the state of California, having worked there for 20 years. I'm a 53-year resident of Orange County. I have been a past member of Local 1849 United Steelworkers. I was a member of SEIU, Probation Officers Union, and I was a member of CASE, the California Attorneys and State Employees Union. The board appointed a citizens advisory committee in order apparently to make it appear that they were getting some community input. But they didn't provide that community group with sufficient information to find out what they were supposed to be doing. Most of them felt that they were just supposed to review the term sheet without even considering the entities involved. And you cannot consider a contract without who's going to be signing it. You have to understand that Poseidon does not have a clear record. They have yet to build a successful desalination plant. The one they built in Tampa Bay, Florida, at a cost of millions of dollars, they filed bankruptcy on and left that local water board with that debt. That water board and that ratepayer took the debt. As an attorney, I look at the contract and I look to see how it is written. And I know you have two attorneys on the water board, which is good, because I want to point out one specific factor that stands out for me. It's paragraph 31 of page 24, which reads, "Neither party will assign the contract without prior written approval of the other party," which is standard procedure in most contracts. But then it follows and says, notwithstanding the foregoing, seller will have the right to collaterally assign the contract to its lenders, and the buyer will reasonably consent to such assignment. That is pretty ambiguous to me. What does it mean? Does it mean that Poseidon should keep OCWD informed of who their creditors are so that OCWD can be,
Oh, I'm
Where?
sorry, your time is
one second, can be aware of,
Sir,
one second, please, please.
Sir,
it's really
you're
important.
way over, you're way over. Please, sit down.
Let me finish my sentence and now leave. Because otherwise, what it appears to be is that Poseidon can borrow money from China and then assign the contract to China without the OCWD not having the opportunity to do anything about it. If the
Sir,
board is-
you're way over
I am
time,
way over.
and you're
I
taking.
apologize.
That's not fair.
I know it is, I have something to say.
It doesn't.
OCWD believes that this is a fair plan, a good plan, and what they should do is assign it to the water board. Because the water board can do the same job that the deciding committee. And the union members could also work for the construction of a OCWD power plant. Thank you.
Okay, Jack Skinner, Nancy Skinner, Ned Darnus, Eric McHughes, and Stuart Arias. Paul.
I'm Paul Becker, from my district, water district. Here in both city and Swan Park, and to be efficient, I'll speak on my advocacy. IRWD commends OCWD's efforts to improve the reliability of water supplies in the OC basin. The district's stormwater and basement capture projects at the Santa Ana River and the groundwater replenishment system will certainly provide long, cost-effective benefits to the safe sustainability of the basin. In the spirit of these successes, OCWD's future investments in water supply reliability projects should undergo the same comprehensive analysis as performed of the past projects, weighing water supply reliability risks, benefits, and associated costs. IRWD supports the OCWD staff recommendation to together propose a project against water supply alternatives. The alternatives analysis will be a necessary step to determine which project will be most cost effectively achieve OCWD's water supply reliability objectives. The alternatives analysis should consider how OCWD can optimize the use of existing supplies for the metropolitan water district, particularly under different hydrologic conditions. The results of the comprehensive analysis will establish the basis and prioritization for the development of new water supply projects. As the primary beneficiaries of OCWD water supply projects, the groundwater producers' participation in the evaluation of water supply alternatives is an important part of the OCWD decision-making process. All of the producers take the evaluation of the cost-effectiveness and reliability of future water supplies very seriously. You may have heard that just this week IRWD distributed to the producers a draft analysis of the proposed desal project in comparison to the use of existing supplies. IRWD is looking forward to receiving impact back from the producers.
Thank you.
And OCWD. Thank you very much.
We have your letter too. Okay. Please, next.
I am not Pierce Swan either. My name is Mike Wellborn, and I'm with Friends of Harvest Beaches Parks, and I'm going to speed read here. I've got a few points to add to our May 11th letter that you received in the paperwork. The Green Acres, Water Factory 21, GWRs, the Prado Wetlands. Great projects, great leadership and vision. Unfortunately, FHBC believes this is not one of them. And the main reason for that is you've got an outside entity, a private company, with an interesting approach to dealing with water. And it's going to be complex and I think hammer the ratepayers of your district. The product water that would come out of this proposed plant would currently be replacing met water. So why are there entities outside of the district expecting new water? Are they going to get cheaper met water while us ratepayers in this area have to pay the more expensive desal water? That's a challenge. As a ratepayer in this city, I would have a real problem with that if cheaper water is going to South County. And how does this fit with the Districts Act of selling water, if that's what's going to happen, outside the district? Does that raise two other issues? Are you still exempt, or do you have to go to a vote? I mean, we can feed some lawyers with all that discussion. Signing the term sheet is also not really needed for the district to further evaluate the next level of details, in my opinion. At the same time, they could also be observing for more than 3 months the status of what's going to happen with that Carlsbad plant. Very interesting. The term sheet link met rate is a total abstraction and defies good fiscal responsibility. FHPP believes that the terms like take or pay are a fraud and should be avoided. We oppose this project with Poseidon because if it was really needed, OCWD would have already built the damn thing. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Jack Skinner, President Green and member of the panel. I'm a resident of Newport Beach and presently serve on the National Water Research Institute's panel monitoring the quality of drinking water provided by the GWRS system. I am very familiar with the high quality of water you produce, and I have a lot of respect for your professional staff. I have been impressed with the methods developed by the water district, including microfiltration, reverse osmosis, membrane technology, oxidation, UV light treatment to purify wastewater to a level needed to provide drinking water. I understand that you are considering joining with the Poseidon Company to construct and manage a desalination facility in Huntington Beach. I am uncomfortable with this proposed joint venture for these reasons. The cost of water will be more expensive because Poseidon's investor would need to make a profit. In my opinion, water should not be a profit-making commodity for our investors. Secondly, Poseidon's track record is very troubling. Take a look at the problems that occurred in Florida. That's easy for you to look back at their records when they went back. And that set back the development of any reclamation project many, many, many years. Let's wait until we see what happens in Carlsbad. If the Orange County Water District determines that there is a pressing need to build a desalination facility in Orange County, the district, your district, has the necessary expertise in membrane technology, microfiltration, ozonation, UV light treatment that will be necessary to build a desalination facility without Poseidon.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is Nancy Skinner. I also have a great deal of respect for the Orange County Water District. My husband's been involved for many years in the GWRS, and I'm so happy to hear that you are going to be doing an expansion of the GWRS. But I'm here to say that I do have some very serious concerns about the environment for the environmental reasons for the Poseidon. But it is obvious to me that you're moving forward on desal, and that my biggest failing to understand is why you wouldn't have allowed your committee to look at the option of doing this yourself. It doesn't make sense to me to add that additional cost for the ratepayers. A lot of people, including all my tennis friends and other people, have no idea that once you sell a contract to the city, no matter whether it rains every single day, you still have to pay that high rate. So it's very important that you do keep those costs down as much as you can, and you have the ability to make those decisions on your own. So you have also some other advantages. You talked tonight about how you have to get your matching time done with the distribution pipes and all those things. If you're doing the whole thing yourself, it should be a lot easier, and I think you're more likely to be able to get grant monies. And with a respected district like yours, connecting with somebody like Poseidon who does not have a good track record, not looked at well by the public, it just doesn't make sense for a good district like yours. I really, really hope that you will do the same thing you did with the Citizen Advisory and ask them to look at the other options. I can't imagine serving on a board where you're only given one assignment and one option when there is another good option that appears, at least from my perspective, to be looking at. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you and Dr. Skinner for coming down, just to let my colleagues know that they, this wonderful couple are the Citizens of the Year for the city of Newport Beach in 2014, 2015. They've done just decades and decades of work on behalf of clean water. And I just want to say, we have looked at all these issues very intensely, and I respect you and your husband for being very intellectually honest in your approach and what you're doing. I believe you've been misinformed by some individuals, and I'd love to have a chance to sit down with you and sit down with our staff. And I'm being interrupted when I'm trying to have a dialogue, and so I'd like to just point out a lot of things about the comments that you made. I think we have enough time tonight and have a chance to answer your questions.
I would be delighted to sit down with you and understand it. I went to one of the meetings of your committee, your advisory committee, and I was actually very surprised that they weren't charged with looking at another option. That just doesn't make sense to
One thing I
me.
want to talk about, how much our board has explored other options, alternatives, and how we have that.
We didn't see that in the presentation tonight, but thank you for those nice words. Thank you.
Okay, next, Karen Jekyll, Ray Hermsta, Nancy Caruso, Steve Doucette, Jamie Pavlet. Welcome.
Good evening, Mel Curtis, resident of Southeast Huntington Beach, 40 years, turned in my card at 5:12. Residents for responsible desalinization have submitted written comments in response to the term sheet. Even the last-minute changes written by staff, our concerns continue to grow. Despite 15 years to improve the project proposal, Poseidon still refuses to legitimately answer the public concerns. In fact, rather than give us a serious response, they criticize and mischaracterize public comments. At last week's meeting of the State Water Board, their approval of a desal ocean plan amendment, it is clear that our concerns are shared by many. The project cannot be permitted as it is designed. Poseidon keeps saying, along with some Orange County Water District board members, keep repeating that the benefit of partnering with Poseidon is that 1, they have all the permits. 2, they have an exclusive lease on the property. That's misleading at first and at best. First, all the permits and leases from state agencies are temporary and expire when AES discontinues pumping seawater for the power plant, which is set to happen in 2020. Poseidon is requesting a contract with Orange County Water District to construct and operate a facility for 50 years and using temporary permits and leases that expire in the next 5 years. There's nothing stopping Poseidon from formally requesting hearings on the appeals of the temporary permits, but Poseidon continues to refuse to do so. Also, it is not clear that when Poseidon has signed lease with AES, they refuse to make it public or give it to public agencies, claiming trade secrets. The Board of San Diego Water Authority had the same problem on Carlsbad, in which they were refused. Poseidon finally released. Thank you, and good night.
I'm Karen Jekyll, president of Huntington Beach Tomorrow. We're a grassroots community organization that supports quality of life in our community in Huntington Beach. And we believe in responsible development, and we are in favor of desalination as a possibility for creating more water. However, we do not support Poseidon as a choice to do desal for us. I have concerns about the environmental problems with the Poseidon plant at its location, and would urge you to consider doing a public facility, not a public-private partnership, to build a desal plant if that is in the long run what should be done. I do not think that the tying to the metropolitan water rates with a 3% bonus in years when the rates don't go up is a good idea. I think you need to really look that over, and I urge you to delay considering the term sheet until more information comes in. The Poseidon plant is not a good choice for Huntington Beach, and we would really like to see coastal commission bring back more information so it can go back through the city and see more environmental reserves. We know what the rules are, we know that at this point that's not to happen, so we're crossing our fingers that it will come back to Huntington Beach so we can review it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ray Heimstrom. I'm Associate Director of Orange County Coastkeeper. I just want to talk about some of the things that we aren't looking at. So I don't think it's lost on anyone that the governor just declared that we're going to need to save 25% of our water use in Orange County. That's the equivalent of 3 Poseidons. So if we just built off of what the governor's already requiring, we have all the water that we're going to need down to 2035 and well beyond. In fact, our current WMP says that we have enough water under all scenarios till 2035. So what we're really looking at is, are we building this project for water to waste? We have lots of alternatives that we can look at for new water. We still have so many questions, even on the term sheet right now. Okay, now it's not going to be a 20% profit in the first 5 years. It's going to be somewhere between 3 and 19%. How is that going to be determined? Who's going to determine that? So many questions ago. The State Water Board just came up with a new policy that talked about the intake and outfall for the plant. Poseidon doesn't have any better idea of how that's going to be designed than I do standing here right now. It needs to be determined. What we know isn't going to happen is the 15-year-old design that they've been talking about the entire time. So I think it's time for us to start looking at all the various things. How can we just not even consider the environment at all? That's an important thing. Everything is tied together. To pretend that this board considered this project and not consider the elements of climate change, impacts on water quality, marine life, is just silly. It's trying to cut things out and pretend like they aren't all put together. We have lots of alternatives. We're going to conserve a lot of water in the next year, and we can conserve a lot more in the future. And I think that's the way this board should be looking, rather than focusing on building something for water. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nancy Caruso. I'm a citizen of Garden Grove, a marine biologist, an environmental educator, and I am against the Poseidon desalination plant. I'm very aware of the concerns for California and its water. I myself have worked on saving 30% of my water usage over the last year. I've dedicated to educating students, my volunteers, and my neighbors about the ways to conserve water, and it seems that everyone in my neighborhood and in my circles are doing what they can to conserve. My concerns about the desalination plant are both financial and environmental. I don't want to spend the money on this expensive technology that is being proposed when there is not a new plan that's been updated in 15 years. Not only will it cost Orange County residents way too much money for water now and in the future, but more importantly, the effects of this process will have on the local coastal ecosystem will be devastating. You see, I have an interesting perspective. I've spent the last 13 years restoring the kelp forest right here off of Orange County. This ecosystem managed to work with 8,000 students in classrooms around the county and taught and trained 250 volunteer divers from this county to restore that ecosystem. And for the last 5 years, we've been working on restoring white sea bass into that ecosystem as well as green abalone. I need to make very clear to you that every drop of water out there along our coast not just contains plankton such as copepods and algae, microscopic things that we not necessarily care about in our everyday lives, but organisms that start off their lives as plankton such as kelp, sea urchins, lobsters, scallops, mussels, oysters, crabs, shrimp, halibut, calico bass, sand bass, rockfish, scorpionfish, dorado yellowtail, endangered giant sea bass, endangered boccaccio rockfish. The list goes on and on and on. All those animals are planktonic in the beginning of their lives, and that means they can and will be taken and impinged into those desalination plant intake pipes at a rate of 50 million gallons a day. The Huntington Beach generating station estimates between 100 and 3 million, or excuse me,
Thank you very much.
300
Your
million
time is
fish
up.
larvae every year. I'm against this proposal.
Bill Robinson, Dallas Weaver, Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Steve Reset. I'm an environmental educator and a resident of Huntington Beach, and I am opposed to the Poseidon desalinization plant. And I was going to talk more from an environmental perspective. I think Nancy spoke to that. But just as an individual resident of the city, walking and just listening to some of the conversations going on outside of the meeting, I'm more concerned about the cost of the plan. I'm concerned about how that's going to affect my water bill as well as everyone else in the water district. I have some questions about Poseidon. There was one individual who said that they were building plants overseas. Those plants were a fraction of the cost that our plants were. They were carrying the same amount of water. I wonder about that. I'm concerned about Poseidon, about the land leases that I've heard about, and whether those will be in effect 5 years after the plant is built, what's going to happen there, 2 years after. And then, so all of those concerns, I think that we need to know as residents, we need to know whether those are things that we need to be concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Pavlet. I'm a 23-year Huntington Beach resident. Yes, we are in a drought. Yes, our water supply is important to consider for our future. Desal may eventually be our future, but today Poseidon is not the answer. They will provide us maybe 8% of our water supply. Our actual water demand has remained pretty stable over the last 25 years. The Poseidon plant is unnecessary, bad for the environment, and overpriced. There are newer technologies being researched that are environmentally friendly and cheaper. This is not an immediate need. There's no need to jump into a 50-year deal with a hedge fund, Poseidon, who has yet to be successful with a single desal project. Poseidon needs us more than we need them. Thank you.
President Green and board members and public. My name is Rick Leipzig. I'm here to speak in favor of moving forward with the term sheet and the negotiations with Poseidon. I'd like to take my time to simply answer a question which has been previously put to you by an early speaker this evening, Mr. John Earl, who asked an extremely important question, for which there is an extremely important answer. The extremely important question, if I can paraphrase, was why should we substitute cheap water from Northern California and the Colorado River with expensive water from desalination? There is a really important answer, which is that while we pay less for that imported water, that water comes with an extremely high environmental price. That water from the Sacramento River and the Colorado River has resulted in devastating environmental consequences of the deltas of both of those river systems. The delta of the Colorado River is today a desert, vastly larger than the area of Orange County, California. We must move away from imported water. We must move away from the water that we are receiving from the Metropolitan Water District. It is a moral and environmental imperative. That water is not environmentally sustainable. That water is not morally justifiable. All of the alternatives that you are considering, desalination, reclamation of stormwater, further recycling of wastewater, and of course, number one, conservation or reduction of demand are all going to be important in the future of Orange County and for the state of California. I urge you to move forward in the direction that you're going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I am Irvine resident Tyler Holcomb. Tonight, I want to speak to board members about their political future aboard the Poseidon adventure. I am certain you want what is best for Orange County. I also expect you want to be reelected. Taking Poseidon's money may seem like a clever way to combine these goals. This past election, Poseidon paid tens of thousands of dollars to noted political money launderer Dave Gilliard and his misleadingly named California Homeowners Association. That money supported directors Dwayne, Sheldon, and Wynn. Likewise, Poseidon has made contributions to Director Villadu since before he ran for this board. But events in San Juan Capistrano show us that being swayed by Poseidon's money is a dumb political move. San Juan's politicians thought they were being clever in supporting their expensive reverse osmosis plant. Certainly the money they got along the way helped win elections. But instead of plentiful water, San Juan has higher bills and poor reliability. Their water plant is a failure, and the political faction that championed it was booted from office. Their political careers are over. Tonight, you can support sensible water policies such as those urged by Pure Swan for the Irvine Ranch Water District. Or you can repeat San Juan's costly desalination disaster and risk sinking your political careers. I urge you, do the right thing. Reject this term sheet and stop this doomed Poseidon adventure before it wrecks us all.
Refreshing.
However, in Southern California, Watershed Alliance and the Desal Response Group. I'm standing here today to tell you not to vote for this 50-year speculative gamble. It's going to gamble our future, and I'd like to tell you why. San Diego County Water Authority still doesn't know their cost of service for their water. That was promised right after the plant was approved there. Desalination will not change the conservation requirements, as we've seen. In addition to the 25% called for by the governor statewide, SBX 7X7 requires another 20%. All of that pales the amount of money you would spend to get a very small percentage if and when this plant works. This decision will be equal to the fiasco of the energy deregulation, which also got support from the legislature and all the politicians at the time. We really have to look at the energy impact of this. This is a 50-year deal. Where will we be in 10, 20, 30 years? We will reduce water to the levels that Australia did when they went through a 12-year drought to a fraction of what we use. They built 6 desal plants in the midst of a crisis. 4 of them sit idle now, and they're still paying billions for them. But you don't have to look further than Los Angeles, which decided not to do a desal plant, even with their own power plants, where they could sell themselves cheap power, which is what it takes. The next 35 years, they rely not on the alternatives, but the untapped local water resources that have to be our priority and done first. I want to know what is reliable compared to what. Apologies to Mo Allison. What is the reality to this? Look to Tampa. Set your priorities for cost-effective, truly environmental beneficial programs. This is done backwards. And this is not, the ocean is not an endless reservoir. This is not an environmentally sustainable plan. It's quite the opposite. Thank you very much.
T. Cogan, Jerry Falabella, Kent Hayden, and Carol Moore. What was the first name? James Miller. Do you need me to repeat any others? Okay. The people in the back, there are seats up here if you'd like to move up. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name's James Miller, and I'm a citizen, a resident of the city of New York. I'm also a retired water well driller and a water distribution and treatment operator, retired from the city of Westminster. I have a lot of problems with the term sheet, but I'm just going to discuss one thing that I think that needs to be mentioned again, and that is that of tying the price of water, desal water, to the net price. I believe the reason that it's tied to the net price is so the net can sell their water. It's going to be more expensive, and most water purveyors, like the city of Westminster, are like an enterprise fund, so they have to search out the cheapest water, buy the cheapest water, and sell the cheapest water possible. They're not meant to make a profit. So other water purveyors can do that, and they can buy more expensive water, and they can sell more expensive water. And who's going to benefit from the desaled water the most? I think maybe those kind of water purveyors that can afford to pay more. So there's a market probably, hopefully, for this desal water. So you're gonna try to sell it first to whoever will buy it, but they're gonna only buy met water first, and then they're gonna buy the more expensive water. So there was no Orange County Water District when Poseidon first came to the city of Westminster. They weren't a key player, but Orange County Water District needs to be involved in it because they need to buy all the water. They need that contract, or I don't think it would be even a deal at all. You know, it would just be, because they need to do something with the surplus water. And that's injected into the ground, you know, which is an expensive proposition at best. And who really pays for that injected water? Well, that's North County. North County is gonna have to pay for that in an additional pumping charge. Now, how are you gonna adjust that pumping charge, you know, to sell some of the water to South County, some of the water to variable pumping rate? You know, I just think it's something you need to look into. Thank you very much.
Whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting over. My name's Terry Cook. Costa Mesa resident, we don't have this problem in Costa Mesa. First thing I'd like to do is correct pronunciation of Poseidon. Poseidon was a Greek god. His name is not a Germanic name. However, what we're talking about here is a dicker. In a dicker, a good old Yankee dicker, you sit down with your opponent and you tie his hands and feet to the chair and you blindfold him and you gag him and then you negotiate. This is the way I would like to see you guys do it with Poseidon. We have a contingent here of union guys, and they are used to doing diggers, real honest-to-God Yankee diggers. Why don't you hire them to help you? Okay, the lifetime of this plant is about 20 years. That's the projected lifetime. They don't last any longer than that. We've got a 50-year contract in the works here, which you need to do a dipper over, fellas. And you're gonna lose if you don't get some of these guys on your side. All right, the final point I'd like to make is that you've got Poseidon here who have bound you to a set of terms and conditions if you approve this term sheet. Then those terms and conditions are a screw job for a free market. They don't allow the free interchange, free buying and selling of water. They don't allow anything free. It's your foot is nailed to the floor. Somehow this reminds me of the story of the elephant that escaped from the circus. And an old lady saw him in her backyard, and she called the sheriff, and she said, "Sheriff, there's a big animal in my backyard, and it's pulling up my pants with its tail."
Finish your story.
The sheriff said, "What's it doing, lady?" She said, "Well, you wouldn't believe me if I told you."
Hi, I'm a taxpayer and a Huntington Beach homeowner.
And you're going to identify yourself?
I'm sorry?
And you're going to tell us your name?
Jerry Falbella, you know it, Kathy. Anyway, what I want to talk to all of you about, I'm not saying the same thing over and over again, like the union workers and the students from Irvine. I'm talking about something different. So I wish everybody pay attention. Because why aren't we considering San Onofre? It is no longer being used. It's closed. There are no homes near it. And the majority of this water is going to go to South County. The official from South County said that 90% of their water is imported, and they are ready to give a contract right away. So why don't we put it down there, and as a taxpayer, have it down there so we don't pay for a lot of extra pipes from all the way here, all the way down there. I mean, this is something we need to take into consideration for us taxpayers. That land area right near San Onofre is empty, and there's no homes near it. Also, Carlsbad, which is in now, there are no homes around it. Why don't we pick a place where there are no homes around it? Our streets are gonna be tore up again. Just a few years ago, the city of Huntington Beach came through and tore up our streets, and they put the wrong pipes in, so they tear them all up again. We had our streets tore up for 6 months. It was horrible. And this is gonna do it all over again. Let the area down there that won't be affecting any homeowners or anybody, do it down there. And by the way, I've done my share. I have a yard that I tore up.
Thank you.
And a cactus hill.
I'm Carol Moore. I'm a homeowner in Fountain Valley and a member of DFA and other organizations. Who is the beneficiary of Poseidon's water? Where is it going? Is it clear that, it's pretty clear that this agency does not know. You claim you will figure it out after you finalize the term sheet. If this project had been proposed by this agency rather than a private developer, you would have figured that out in the first place. First, your intent is to purchase all water for OCWD member agencies. Where does it go? In the basin? Apart from the absurdity of putting expensive drinking water in the basin, the pipeline capacity was sized for GWRS expansion, not desal water. Would this result in the agencies foregoing further expansion of recycled water at 1/3 the cost of Poseidon's water? Is it meant to offset annual groundwater production by 50,000 acre-feet a year? Who in their right mind would forego MWD untreated water at $582 an acre-foot for Poseidon water at $2,000 an acre-foot? And why wouldn't you first consider investing in more rainwater retention and/or expansion of GWRS? Both are less expensive and come with environmental benefits of pollution abatement. Second, if your intent is to deliver the water outside your service area, we assume this will mean that you are the lead agency and would sign the contract with Poseidon. But you would partner with MWDOC to deliver the water. Why isn't MWDOC the lead agency? And why don't those member agencies sign the contract? Why isn't OCWD figuring out how much you need
Thank you very much.
after exhausting your economic and environmentally preferred alternatives, and then just buy that water
You're out
from
of time.
MWDOC?
Thank you. It's either Marcel Sloan, Steve. Starts representing Arnold Engineering. It starts with the last name starts with an E, I think. Is it Steve Eli? It could be. Steve Eli. That's it. Thank you. Chuck Gibson's already spoken. Bonnie Bayard, Pam Bayot, B-A-L-L-O-T, and Steve Ray. Thank you, please.
Thank you. I'm Marcel Sloan from Fountain Valley, and I'd like to read a letter to OCWD from Ryan Cantor, who couldn't be here tonight. Ryan lives in Fullerton and works as a project development analyst and strategic planner for a major petroleum firm. Reliable, low-cost, high-quality water. Please do not agree to study, purchase, or otherwise entertain any options connected to Poseidon's desalination plant in Huntington Beach. It's not reliable. Availability and utilization of large-scale desalination plants is notoriously poor. We're talking about a massive manufacturing facility. Pumps wear and break. Heat exchangers foul and pipes corrode. The notion that Poseidon can provide a manufacturing facility that will be the first reliable desal plant ever constructed is absurd. They've never built one. Why should this be the first? It's not low cost. This proposed project will manufacture water at the highest cost ever incurred in Orange County. Rather than passing on ratepayer investment to private profits, OCWD should direct scarce resources to alternatives with proven and better rates of return. OCWD's investment in water recycling, local basin recharge, and turf removal all have additional investment potential and should be maximized before taking an unjustified risk in more expensive alternatives. While the product of desal may be of high quality, the byproducts are not. This plant will not use best available control technology, BACT, for the discharge of its effluent. As a result of AB 32, this plant will require massive investment in new construction for electricity. Both of these costs, environmental and economic, will be borne by the ratepayer and not Poseidon. That's not right, and it's not quality. This proposal in no way fits within the OCWD state edition. In fact, endorsement of this project is a functional equivalent of securing a high-interest loan to support an unsustainable lifestyle.
Thank you. I'm Bonnie Baird. I live in the city of Orange. Nature, facts, last. Nature, facts, last. Nature, facts, last. I'm not a baseball fan, but I get it. We've tried to engineer our way out of situations, and nature always gets the upper hand. I'm just learning about desalination. My initial response is for any desalination is win. What are we doing here? The more people that are taking water out of the ocean and putting back salt, it's like, when is that balance going to be tipped? And we're not going to be able to sustain our lifestyle, our lives. The ocean is critical to our life. I had a prepared speech, but I just wanted to say a couple of notes here from what I've heard this evening. Actually, I didn't hear this, but it's something that was said to me many years ago when I was a young landscape architecture student, and it was, water is wasted when it's put in a pipe. Water is wasted when it's put in a pipe. We haven't done our job with water conservation yet. We're doing a good job at getting there, but we are not committed yet. Someone tonight said seawater, someone said that we weren't going to import water, that we would use this, and I would say that seawater is imported water. It's actually stolen water from the life in the ocean. How is climate change being impacted by all the desal plants all over the world? Haven't heard the term zero population growth in a while. Without an ocean,
Thank you very much.
imbalance, we won't live.
Cindy Glenn M. or H. Susan Shaven. Mark Shelton. Vern Nelson. Judy Barks. Please.
Hello, my name is Pam Hello, homeowner in Huntington Beach. Almost every discussion about desalination begins and ends with cost, and its price tag is at least 4 times the cost of obtaining new water from conservation. For a Carlsbad plant to be a success and copied in other parts of the state, Poseidon will have to deliver high-quality drinking water at the price promised and not cause unexpected impacts to the environment. The Orange County Water District would be crazy to not take advantage of this test case and wait and see. Now there is another reason to wait and see too, though. Is anyone going to pay attention to the fact that the Pacific Ocean will each and every year become more contaminated with radiation from Fukushima? Peak concentration of Fukushima-derived radionuclides is anticipated to reach California between 2016 and 2019 based on the most optimistic assumptions. There are already signs of problems such as major fish die-off. Despite this knowledge, the government refuses to announce how much radiation is infecting our atmosphere or coastal waters. If you build this plant and radiation starts affecting people's health just that just happen to be drinking your water, you would be liable. There are too many reasons to not wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, Mr. Green?
Good.
I'm kind of referring to the new members here, and,
Give you a name.
my name's Glenn Howland, and, I've been a resident for about 40 years, BA Environmental Studies. This is gonna be brief, and I think this, term sheet is flawed in several ways. I'm just explain that in just a minute. Basically to some new members, and Mr. Reina, Mr. Yo, and Ms. Nguyen, Ms. Green. This is, the cost is fantastic here. I don't have any problem with this cost. I think it's been reduced. I think most likely the project has been scaled down a little bit. It seems like to me. But these, I think, based on these three elements, which are mostly on environmental impact reports, they should be in this term sheet, and they're not. You have to weigh this, Ms. Green. It's very important. What about Poseidon's bankruptcy? If they happen to go bankrupt in 50 years, 30 or 50 years, what happens then, Ms. Green? Any ideas why it's not on the term sheet?
Your turn to talk.
Alternatives. There's no alternatives. There's no alternatives here. I have an idea for an alternative. Okay, I'm not an engineer, but I've worked with a lot of different engineers. And basically saline distillation. There's a lot of things we can do other than just this 50 million gallon a day project. So we have to do this. Deciding is we have to go by this particular project. Okay, you can scale down a little bit. So I think alternatives should be on here and the cost should be on here. Now I know subsidence is pretty expensive. That should be out, but there should be some other alternatives potentially for the cost. The other one is traffic. Okay, traffic. I've been living in Huntington Beach for about 40 years.
You're out of time.
Traffic should be on here.
Thank you.
It's a major problem. It's a major high school there, 2,500 students. And you didn't consider that, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Green and members. I'm Steve Ray. I'm here tonight, actually, I rise to object to this proceeding tonight on the basis of disparate treatment between the politicians who came here tonight and the rest of us citizens. Politicians began this evening getting 3 minutes to speak, and then you changed the rules in the process, and citizens who are here mostly to oppose Poseidon only get 2 minutes. That is disparate treatment, so I rise to challenge this proceeding on legal and moral grounds that this is not fair treatment of all the citizens. Speaking of politicians over here, Poseidon has spent a great deal of time and a great deal of resources to cultivate friendships and support among elected officials. And as you could see at the beginning of the night, they're very good at it because there's an old saying, the chickens came home to roost, and I guess they came here to repay that friendship to Poseidon. That's fine, but just understand that those are representations. Those are not necessarily based upon real feelings that many of the people have expressed here tonight. Speaking of those real feelings, 12 years ago, I had the pleasure of sitting on the Huntington Beach Planning Commission. For 6 months, we looked at this project. I started out supporting it. I think he saw it as a good idea. I still do. I just think this project, after all that study, was a dog of a project and had one major issue that I really dislike, and that is you're putting something like water. Water and air are the two things that we as human species need to survive. And you're putting water in the hands of a private company with a profit motive. That is a terrible thing to do because they have control of a resource that we need to survive. And they do it, they can turn off the tap anytime or negotiate and hold you hostage for it. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Cindy Black. I live in Costa Mesa. I was at the Coastal Commission hearing back in 2013, and it was quite a spectacle. I've never seen so many mayors from Huntington Beach in one place. And they also have union workers there filling the seats. Poseidon made false claims then that the subfloor galleries were infeasible, and that was at that time that the Coastal Commission made them do a study, which they're still in the process of. I think they're almost done with that. I've always been a union supporter. I think the union is the foundation of a strong economy. Unfortunately, what these union workers don't understand is that the same people incentivizing them to take up seats here are the same people trying to destroy the unions. The politics, it's like watching the puppet masters at work when I come to these hearings. And I feel that Mr. DeWayne should recuse himself from voting because of conflict of interest. He's not only a board member here at the Water District, but also on the Mesa Water District and founder of CalDesal. I oppose a private corporation using a public agency as a piggy bank. Deny the term sheet.
Hi, I'm Susan Shaven. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach for 30 years, and I live in a community right behind the desal plant. And I'm not here because I don't want it in my backyard. That's not the reason. I'm sure my property values will be intact even if the desal plant goes in, so that's not my concern. My concern is, of course, number one, for the environment. The idea that all this water is going to be pulled out and sucking in marine life and killing it, and the fact that all these politicians and big businesses think that that's okay. I don't agree that that's okay. I think that's a really bad thing for the environment. It's bad for Huntington Beach. And not only that, but as a mother, I have to find ways to cut corners and make ends meet. And whenever I'm hiring somebody to do work at my house, I always check with at least 4 or 5 contractors before I pick one. There's no way I would just take one person with no history of doing the project that I want them to do and then just sign a 50-year deal with them. I think that is a huge mistake. And if you guys do this without checking out other options and without due diligence, then I think you're making a big mistake. And I understand that Poseidon is like a Greek god and they have all the money, and once they get their contract, basically they're going to be like a god because they'll own the water. And they'll be able to do whatever they want because they've paid off all the politicians and all the people that are making the decisions that it is going to affect everybody and the environment. Do the right thing.
Vern Nelson, I live here, I drink water. I want to welcome all the union guys, although most of them have gone home now, but thanks for staying for me. I'm a big booster of the unions. I believe all workers should be unionized. We all got to stand together to look out for our interests, because otherwise we've got no power. I hope you're all listening to the arguments for and against the project here, and I do hope some big projects develop for you that don't hurt the taxpayers and the environment and allow you to support your families and live the American dream. I'm not sure all of you realize that, although Poseidon would provide a couple hundred temporary construction jobs, there's only going to be 25 permanent jobs. Every time I mention that, they seem surprised and disappointed. You get the same amount of work, more permanent work, and less harmful to the rest of us from groundwater replenishment expansion, rainwater capture projects, and possibly a desal plant created by us here, the way it should be done. A couple of, just so little, you can say in 2 minutes. I wanted to, I've been wanting to interview a few of you, and a lot of you said that you would talk to me, and I feel like some of you have been stonewalling me. Not Roger, I haven't talked to you yet. I've left you a few messages. I just wanted to remind you that you said on the dais that you would never support Poseidon water if it cost more than imported MWD water. And under the terms sheet, of course, it will. You remember saying that?
Yes.
I just want to remind you, that's good. Dennis, we've spoken a little bit, but you've been in Canada, so we didn't get to really interview. You told me and a few other people that you wouldn't support the project as it stood a couple months ago, and I don't know if anything's changed to change your mind about that, because we haven't been able to speak. But that'd be nice to know. Roman, I know that you were real concerned with the brine coming out of the plant, and I don't know if you've researched that, but that's a good thing to be real concerned about. And Kathy, I wasn't really going to interview you, but I want to remind you that
You're out of time. Thank you.
My name is Judy Marks. I have no notes. I'm a homeowner of 46 years on the corner of Newland and Hamilton, which is right now the pipes and everything will go. And my husband and I of 48 years, 49 to July, have lived there all that time, raised our children at Edison High School and all California colleges. To help the ecology, we have a very tiny yard front and back. My husband can mow both in 10 minutes. We water 10 minutes a day, once a week. So we have very low water bills. And all last year I fought breast cancer, and so I really appreciate people's time, and I appreciate the committee's time, people on both sides. People on both sides offered me a seat when I was standing, so I appreciate everyone's time. But personally, I just hate to think of all the noise. I hear the AES plant all night long when I sleep in my bedroom window. I hear the whir of the motors, and I hate to think of all the pipes and the noise. So besides the environment and hurting the ocean, I guess I'm having a personal thing. But thank you, everybody, for your time. I do object to the desalination plant. Thank you.
Thank you. I have cards that people haven't come up. I'm going to assume they've left. Do you want me to call one more time? Has anybody not spoken who turned a card in? Okay. All right. Public hearings come to a close. Public comment. Okay. Up. Director Dwayne.
Thank you, Director Green, President Green. It is the time for the board to make its comments and thoughts and feelings known. I'd like to add to the public record that on April 21st, 1971, the Orange County Water District signed a cooperative agreement with the federal government's Office of St. Louis Water for the construction of a large-scale desalination module. Less than 2 years later, that project was built in the backyard here. The board's vision at that time was to have a water recycling plant, which was built, which was then called Water Factory 21. That is the predecessor to the GWRS system that sits there today. The desalination module was actually built as well. Today, there's a 32-inch pipeline that goes from the AES plant in Huntington Beach to this property today. It still exists. Henry Segerstrom was the board president at the time. He was a bold visionary leader who took time away from his regular business to make sure that all of us living here today had an adequate water supply for the lifestyle and the community that we enjoy today. Bold visionary leaders like that in the past, we owe our present quality of life to. On behalf of Henry Segerstrom and the vision of the board in the past, I will make a motion to approve the staff recommendation that we approve the term sheet, the budget of $230,000, and authorize the staff to hire the consultants for the project issues relating to the distribution of the project water, the water quality, considering alternative supplies and financial assistance to execute the necessary contracts. Thank you, Director President Green.
Yeah. Do we have a second?
And then motion.
We have a motion and a second.
Go ahead.
Are you pressing the button?
I was pressing the button.
Okay. Did you? Okay. Director Yo? I'm sorry, you voted. Yeah. Okay, Director Yo.
Thank you, President Green. I appreciate the humor from where did he go? I have a little sense of humor too. You know, you call me so often, my wife started to think my ex-girlfriend is calling me. But yeah, thank you. I want to thank you for pointing out that yes, I was the one who probably brought up the idea that pegging the price of the desal water to mint rate. But let me clarify. What I meant at the time is that I'm very supportive of Ocean Desal project, and I support, you know, companies like Poseidon willing to spend the capital and then bring about this type of project. And that could be a good P3 project. It's just that sitting here, I'm deciding on whether this is a good fiscal decision, a good financial transaction between the two parties. So when I suggested that is I leave the innovation up to you. I would much rather that let's simplify this transaction so that my constituency knows what they're getting. And that is, we're getting a very reliable source of water from the ocean, and that the price is fixed to the imported water. So in the future, if you're able to innovate and come up with a better way to reduce the price, you keep the profit. That's your reward. That's where I was coming from when I mentioned this. So somehow that get more into pegging the price to the mid rate plus the reliability, what do you call it? Premium. That's a non-starter for me. So I know that both sides have been trying to talk to me about this, but you know, that's where I'm coming from. I really want to simplify this transaction. So the way that it is structured today, I'm reluctant to support it. But I also want to say that there are many good points brought up by members of the audience, and God, I held back for years to respond to you. You know, when I said that the train has left the station, really you had your chance to weigh in on the EIR process. And I want to remind you where you live. That ocean out there is the Wilmington oil field, and in Santa Barbara they have an ocean desal plant right next door to the Channel Island National Park. So I'm sure that if Poseidon move forward with this project, they're able to get permit from CCC, they would do it in an environmentally responsible manner. So what we're dealing here is price. So what I'm contemplating in front of me is something that I'm reluctant to support. So, thank you.
Director Dillon.
Thank you, Madam President. You'll note that there were several changes that occurred to the term sheet this week. I too think that the term sheet as it currently stands is not perfect, but I don't want to defeat the good with the perfect. I too see this purely as a financial consideration at this point. I believe that the environmental impacts have been thoroughly analyzed previously. We will have to do an environmental impact study on the distribution system that we would have to construct. And that will be something in the future. And that is specifically mentioned in the term sheet, and there are over a dozen different contingencies in the term sheet that we'll have to cross that gap later in order for this to be effectuated. I see this as the beginning, not the end, of honing in on the very specific terms that should Poseidon get their ducks in a row with the Coastal Commission. That will boil us down to hopefully a transaction that both parties can live with. And with that, I'll be supporting the staff recommendation this evening. Thank you.
Director Sheldon.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam President. I did have quite a few questions on the, I guess in the big picture, the larger picture of the environmental issues as the outfall and to the brine discharge in the ocean, but I think, you know, in the
context of the meeting tonight, perhaps I should not ask this question another time, we can provide those to some of the participants that came tonight, but I generally understand that the outfall does not negatively affect the fish life, and that the brine goes back in the ocean generally. They'll dissipate moving to 100 feet or so, and again, affect the ocean life. On the term sheet, I do share that I think it's a good start. We do need to push further on it. I believe there are monies, I believe there are monies in Sacramento for water supply from the water bond. I think we should not look at this term sheet as the end all, but look at the term sheet as a direction that we want to go, that we do need to improve on it. And so I don't think a vote tonight is ultimately on whether we're voting on the price of desal water. We're not voting on that tonight. We're voting on a term sheet to go forward in our collective effort, those that want to get the price of water down even further. And that would be my effort to want to proceed with that point of view. I might accept the term sheet as is. I think I'm accepting that we're going to push forward and try to do additional efforts to get the price down. And as a part of the motion that was made, I would like to add that we also direct staff to work on that efforts of how we would work in Sacramento to identify more grant funding, identify water fund funding. I don't know if that's not our priority, but I think that's important that there is hundreds of millions of dollars available that can be utilized that would effectively bring down the cost of the water that we should be aggressively pursuing. And I don't believe that I don't see it. I think we can be aggressively pursuing more. This board needs to give direction to staff to be able to do that. So I would ask if the tone of that addition can be added to the motion with direction to staff. And I will be supporting the motion as well.
The maker of the motion agrees to the amendment to direct staff to include efforts to secure bond money, other money is available for construction of our portion of the project outside of the fence associated with Poseidon. Along that same note, it is important for the record to reflect in the governor's May revised budget published this afternoon for 2015-2016, page 59, Department of Water Resources rerunning desalination projects for Proposition 1 money was raised to $50 million today.
I'd like to specify, I mean inside the fence as well as outside the fence.
I know there's some bureaucratic, there's some regulations related that those should also be pursued. I think there's hundreds of millions of dollars in water bond money waiting to be spent, as the commercial says. And I think we can go find a way to help them do that. So inside the fence as well.
I have no objection.
Director Torrey?
Lots to think about. One of the letters in support of this project was written by a man by the name of Keith Ford, who apparently had served on the Huntington Beach City Council. And at the bottom of his letter, he has two contradictory quotes. Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch excellence. That was Vince Lombardi. And the other side of the coin is perfection is the enemy of progress, Winston Churchill. And I think that sort of defines the comments tonight. I can't support the term sheet. When I first met with Scott Maloney and Brian Lockbury from Communications Lab and learned about this project, I was agog. I just thought, oh, it just sounds absolutely fabulous. But after learning a lot more about this development, I just don't think it's soup yet. The CAC committee that was set up by this board did a yeoman's job of pulling together a lot of disparate views. And they had a theme throughout. One, they wanted to continue the committee to continue to participate in the process. And two, they felt circumscribed by not being able to discuss alternatives. So if I'm going to be girly about this, I will say if I'm looking for a prom dress and I go to the store and there's only one prom dress at the store, I'm going to leave,
no matter how pretty the dress is. And that's what I feel is what's going on here. It may at the end of the day be that Poseidon is a great development, but to make a decision like that and to move it forward incrementally does a disservice to our ratepayers and to people who are concerned about the environment and all of the other issues that revolve around this. There's been, the UCI students in particular, all reiterated the same thing, that we don't want to delay the process anymore. The delay in this process has not occurred because of anything that this board has done. Rather, the delay in the process and the time of processing this has been in obtaining the permits and the blessing of the Huntington Beach City Council. We got a term sheet 4 months ago. And that term sheet is going to be the framework into which we hang the Christmas balls, the ornaments that are going to define what this contract is going to look like. And to give our CAC members short shrift and to not fully examine their concerns, and there were strong themes that ran throughout that. The lack of the exploration of alternatives. The other was tying the Poseidon rate for water to the Met Board, and to not re-examine that for another 15 years just does not seem to be prudent to me. I've got notes all over the place. I'm trying to wrap it up here. Comparison to GWRS and to Water Factory 21. I was on the board when those discussions and the decisions to build GWRS occurred. And there was in fact, I don't remember any opposition whatsoever to that. There were a couple of reasons. One, because our PR department, our in-house PR department, did a bang-up job of going out into the community and informing our residents what that groundwater replenishment system was all about. And when it finally came to a board decision, everybody was on board. Every single speaker who spoke tonight has agreed that water trumps everything else. And to turn the control of that, or to turn a water-producing entity over to a profit-making enterprise doesn't feel right to me. And I think one of the reasons that there wasn't opposition to GWRS and to Water Factory 21 was because this district built it. This project wouldn't go forward. Poseidon wouldn't even be interested unless this water district committed to purchase 56,000 acre-feet per year. A lot of people have said, if Poseidon can't deliver, we don't have to buy it. But the other side of that coin is, if we don't need it, we still gotta buy it. That's right. So, as in Santa Barbara, how many years ago did they build a desal plant for $20 million? And the following year, they mothballed it. And now, today, 20, 30 years later, they're talking about restoring it, reactivating it at a cost of $42 million. That exact situation could occur here. This community cannot get behind Poseidon, apart from the labor groups and OCBC and groups, the chambers of commerce. They can't get behind it because it doesn't feel right to them. And it doesn't feel right because the alternatives have not been explored. So I will not be supporting this project at this time.
Thank you, President Green. I was just wondering, Mr. Maloney is still in the audience here. I was wondering if you would like to approach the podium and address any of the concerns the directors have raised. I think that's only fair.
Sure, Scott Maloney with Poseidon. I appreciate your perspective, Director Floyd. You've been always straightforward and candid with us, and I'd be grateful for that. But if you're really interested in alternatives analysis, there's no way to get there without approving the next step. So I would hope you would reconsider that. Director Yo, I also appreciate your professional demeanor, the way you've gone about communicating your concerns throughout this process. But I do want to correct one point, which is that you've been very clear that this price should be linked to Met somehow. And I think you're right, this is probably how this term sheet was started. And we believe that over the course of the contract, that the water district will pay less than it would otherwise pay for that water if the Met rates continue to escalate as they have historically. The reason why we need the initial premium is simply to cover the debt service because of the difference between the cost of Met today and the cost of produced desal water. When we first offered the project to the district at the $1,921 every foot, the response was too expensive, bring down the water costs. We can do that, and over the course of the contract, we think we will pay less. But in the early years, it's going to be a little bit more. Throughout the contract, we will absolutely save money and convince you.
I would just like to make one additional comment, and that is that through many of the assertions that the public speakers made, thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you for participating in the deliberation. It's important to have public input, and it does sway our opinions. But one assertion that's made and is never rebutted is that water conservation itself comes for free. It does not. The fixed costs of operating this utility are very high. The fixed costs of operating the state water project, Metropolitan, and all the other waterworks up and down the state are extremely high. Built into your per unit cost of water that you pay at your local retail water agency every time you turn on the tap, built into that is a component to cover the fixed operating costs of all of these public agencies. If you reduce 25%, reduce consumption in Orange County Water District service rate by 25%, and the basin pumping goes down by 25%, the replenishment assessment, the cost that the retail agencies pay here will go up by about 25%. That 25% is $80 on the replenishment assessment. I don't know where that is coming from, and I apologize. So the cost to purchase all of the Poseidon desalinated water is roughly $100 an acre foot on a replenishment assessment at the Orange County Water District today. If we reduce water consumption in all of Orange County by 25%, you're going to pay an additional $80 per acre foot, but you're not going to have any water. You're not going to have any water supply. You're not going to have water reliability. We give them $100, and we can deliver water 24/7, 365 for the next 50 years. We can take demand off of the state water project, bringing in the water from the Colorado River watershed, from the state water project in the Sacramento River Delta. Those things are economically sensitive areas. Those who speak on behalf of the environment, I would encourage you to consider this as an alternative that is economically sensitive as well. Thank you very much.
Director Sadhu? Okay, is that all right? Okay, Director Anthony?
On the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I've enjoyed your meetings already. Anyway, I hope you all read the memo I sent yesterday concerning my problems with the term sheet. I think the term sheet as is very incomplete, and what's there is very, very flawed. I would urge the board to defer action on the term sheet. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sadhu?
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I would like to thank all the homeowners, the business people, politicians, coming here and deliberating and having a nice dialogue, pros and cons on both sides. But I must tell you that I really appreciate how hard our staff has worked. If you're looking at the statement, the way it is was how the staff has given the recommendation a couple of days ago was to say review, for us to review this and consider the action. And I want to commend that staff that they worked so hard with the Poseidon, trying to come up with some solution. And I tell you, it is commendable to all the staff members that you are giving your green signal to say we should proceed with some cautions. Now, as a businessman for the last almost 25 years, I take my business very seriously when I make decisions.
And it is your money at the end of the day that I might be spending. But this $230,000 that we are spending today is to learn more about it. And I think it has said it very clearly that we will be studying with that $230,000 how we're going to have the distribution of the water quality that Poseidon is going to provide us, financial, and reliability analysis. These are all good things what staff has done that to proceed further. It is not a 100% done deal today. It is just a good start in moving forward. Now, look at on the term sheet what pros and cons are. There are several benefits and several risks. And one thing I really like, which was negotiated so well by the staff, saying new regulatory requirements under the term sheet, Poseidon would have to comply with any new regulatory mandates or the requirements. That's a win-win for all of you, because I know originally you guys were all talking about how the outfall is going to be, how the intake is going to be. I mean, this all falls down to they take 100% of the risk. As a businessman, if somebody comes in and take all the risk and give me the benefits, I'll take it any day. But for me, it is going with the further study. We will be studying it further down, all these things that was presented to us. It is absolutely not 100% done deal. It is very small part of the equation for the water that is available to us, very small percentage. As a businessman, when I was opening up the restaurants, sometimes I'm successful, sometimes I'm not. If I have 10 businesses, 10 restaurants, if one of them fail, it doesn't mean it's part of the big equation, that we are all part of it to supply to all the population, entire population where I'm opening up the businesses. So it is part of the small equation what we are studying here. Small percentage of the desal water that's going to be supplied to us. So I urge all of you people who have not been convinced that this is not the right way to go, it's just another step to study it further. As an engineer, I always look at the projects more with a common sense approach. And there is always a solution at the end of the day. And I think we are moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Director Sheldon? Director Nolan?
I told somebody I wasn't going to talk today, but out of respect for all of you, you came and you said what was in your heart. Whether you're for it or against it, I know you sincerely presented your case today. And as you were talking, I was thinking of, are we going to ever have a time when we have no water and it would be fought for? And I thought about going back, and I couldn't remember that in my childhood, but then I went back even further. I was born a citizen of a third world country in Southeast Asia and raised as a citizen of the greatest nation in the world. So blessed that I was. I remember there was a time there was no water, safe drinking water, as a child before I came to the United States. And my grandmother would pull up a bucket from the well looked inside and she poured it out. I saw the lava, mosquito lava in there. And I thought, I didn't think much when I was a little girl. Now I thought about it. Water is not an option. It's a necessity in our life. And because of a war-torn country, the government couldn't supply water to every house. So most of the houses dig their own well. And I thought about that. They didn't have the system we have here, which is the pipelines going through to all the homes, and we don't need to do that. And then I thought about the ladies that says nature last. Isn't that what she said? Yeah, that's the first time I ever heard that phrase. And thank you, because I thought about it. Right. When we dig the wells, initially in Orange County, to get the water up, that was not natural at all. That water belonged in the ground. Men needed it, so we created machines to bring it up, and at that time it cost so much. At that time, if people knew that this district was gonna pay for a bid of $9.2 million to have wells dig, because I heard I had one of the meetings, and we were gonna pay $9.2 million to dig wells. Is that correct, Mr. Manager? There was a bid like that?
It may have, typically wells will be about $5 million.
I think we had 32 temporary wells, but years ago, if anybody was to tell you that that's gonna cost that much, nobody would vote for you to have wells in Orange County. And what would we do about water? Today, before us is the term sheet, and I don't believe the term sheet is the agreement, and I don't believe in forming the committee, and the committee telling me the term sheet is what it is. It's so they can give their opinion on it, and we as the board member decides the final agreement. We have the power to change the term sheet. And I was a little bit concerned about how the rate was going to be compared to the Met rate, right? So maybe staff can look more into that as we move along with the project, but I do believe that we can afford to pass up on an opportunity to procure more water for our district. But with that in mind, we cannot not do the due diligence. And I believe that in order to do the due diligence so that we can be fiscally conservative in this decision and be informed that we do need to spend this money so that experts can work with our staff and give us the information that we need to decide on whether to move forward with this project. And the committee met and only talked about this project because we voted on that this is a project we want to talk about. We have other projects, and we have other concerns, and that is not the first committee that's going to be formed, and desalination is not going to be the only project this board is going to be deciding. We have options, and we're going to look at all of them. It's just that at this time, at this point, this is the one, as part of the board, I would like to explore.
Director Yo?
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak again. Scott, I want to thank you for your professionalism. You said there and took jabs from me a few times. Appreciate it, but I just want you to know that I'm challenging your company to come up with a way to help lower the price of the water to the way that it's more comfortable to the mid-range, so that it's a much easier sell for me to my constituency. If I were president agreeing today here, I have a very easy decision to make. Because maybe some of you don't know that the city of Huntington Beach is getting a great deal from, I believe this is public knowledge, I did some research. So, yeah, you're getting a great windfall from this whole deal, because city of Huntington Beach is, as long as this project exists, you get a 5% discount for the water, compared to the mid-rate. So that's what we're contemplating here today. This is a financial decision to me. So, but again, I probably was the one that brought up this mess that we have here today, pegging it to the mid-rate, but trust me, I meant well. So it appears that the board will probably move forward with this recommendation here tonight. So I would like the staff to look at it different way now, because there are different ways to skin the cat here. You don't necessarily need to look at the net rate and try to peg to it with a reliability premium, because there are two single largest components in a project like this, is the capital recovery and energy cost. So I'm unaware of any projects, a desal project in the nation that's pegging a cost of the water to a local supply of water. I was trying to be the first one, but obviously crash and burn here. So, I challenge the staff in Poseidon to work closely together to try to come up with a great deal that I can support. So with that, I'll end my comment on the Poseidon issue here. But I want to point out, as some of you in the audience have pointed out, that the great projects that we have done, GWRS, but I want to remind you that due to the conservation efforts, we're getting less and less available sewage water to recycle. So you got to think of it that way too. There's not like unlimited gray water for us to recycle. So if you're really interested in water issues, we have quarterly GWRS meeting, and I invite you to join us with some interesting discussion. I value your opinions on water issues here in Orange County. Thank you.
Director Brenna?
Yes, yes, I'm going to go ahead and be brief, as brief as I can. First, I'd like to thank for everyone that came out today. Both residents, businessmen, labor, politicians. This is democracy in action, and that's what makes this country absolutely special and unique, is that we all have a voice to be able to come and exercise it. And democracy only works when people participate in it. The fact that you took time out of your schedule to come in today to share what your concerns are is absolutely incredible, and I love that. Standing room only, here talking about the concerns of the future, it is really the makeup of this country. And so in that aspect, I definitely applaud everybody for coming on out and sharing your concerns with us. As we go forward, as I'm learning more and more in the city council, we no longer have redevelopment. So more and more private, public ventures are moving forward in that direction and how to get projects done. So I'm not too concerned as we move forward with that. Some of the comments you heard today was, water is everything, and you're absolutely right. And some of the comments you heard today was, conserving water alone is not going to be the answer to our problem. We need to find a new source of water, and whatever that source happens to look like. Obviously, the ocean is right next to us, and it's a very tangible solution. There are some additional challenges. I mentioned some of the concerns that I have. We still have some of those concerns. But at the end of the day, if we don't have water, we don't have anything. And I know it doesn't look like it, but California truly is a desert. We go outside and it's lush greens because we're utilizing that much water. So it behooves us to really look into other avenues of finding water. I'll be supporting this. I still have some questions and concerns. We're not done yet, but I think this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Dr. Sheldon, did you want to say?
I just wanted to thank you, Madam President. I'll be very quick. And I just want to say for the audience, I'll also thank you for coming. I do understand your comments on construction, what an inconvenience that would be. Our neighbors here faced a construction inconvenience for many, many, many months when we had the expansion of the groundwater replenishment. I personally have been facing months and months of construction on Dover and PCH. I can hear it, and I'm delayed from getting to my home. It's going to start back up again. I understand that is progress. We have a sewer line being refitted because Newport Beach is the recipient of many, many tourists. We have a lot of people coming down there, and we're fixing, so to speak, everyone else's sewer, and we have to expand our line. It's shut down PCH. It's very inconvenient.
and I recognize your concerns as well. As it relates to the money, I think we need to also look at the sanitation district paid for half of the construction costs of the groundwater replenishment. They did that because they did not want to construct the outfall that was going to go into the ocean for the secondary treatment of sewer. That saved a lot of the cost. That is a big part that we don't talk about of why it's now cheaper. GWO water is cheaper than Met water is because on the front end, our construction costs were 50% cheaper. So again, in reiterating, we need to look for grants, monies. We have also received in the GWR, I think $100 million in federal state money on the first phase, $92 million, thank you. And so that's why I wanted our staff to be very directed in trying to find more monies to address comments like what Roger has and other ones. But at the end of the day, we have different needs for water, and not all water costs the same. We have a lot of water. Some water is cheaper. The water that comes out of the ground from the Santa Ana River is a lot cheaper than the water in the groundwater replenishment system. It's still, that system is still double the price almost of the water that we get out of the ground. That water comes in part from the Santa Ana River. We used to get about 140,000 acre feet from the Santa Ana River. We're now down to, I think, 80,000 acre feet. And we only have, legal rights to 42,000 acre feet in that river, and that's even less than that. We're seeing that getting less and less and less. So I don't think we can use this Met rate as an arbitrary thing. We have like an investment pool, different types of investments, different types of sources of water that we bundle together to have this melded rate. And we need to take that into mind as we look at this project. And the one factor we always have to consider is reliability as a very, very subjective factor, but very important. So thank you for indulging my comments and.
Okay, and I will make some comments. All the rest of you. Excuse me. I first of all want to thank the Citizens Advisory Committee. They did a yeoman's job, and I want to thank our staff, particularly Mike and Joel and John. Wow, this term sheet has so improved. I can't believe it, and a lot of it came from the Citizens Advisory Committee. John would send me the minute notes right after comments and everything, and I read them. We were asked not to come to those meetings, which just killed me. But at any rate, but I was glad to hear the comments and at least feel like I was a part of that. I also took many notes. I took notes on every one of your comments. And when you distill down a lot of your comments, you're asking us, those that are either go forward, you want it, it means good taxes, jobs, we need the water, it makes us drought proof. Got that. And the people who were opposed to it, they said, we have alternatives. Look at groundwater replenishment, expand that, and look at conservation. But as Director Dwayne told you, conservation has a price. He went through the capital costs of it, but even more. We're already having problems getting enough water for our final phase of the groundwater replenishment, and even enough for our initial expansion. We have enough for 90 million gallons a day. We don't have the full 100 because of conservation. Now, I'm not going to go and tell you don't conserve. I don't need to do that, but I want you to know there is a cost. There is a cost of us. No good deed goes unpunished. Also, our Santa Ana River flows are already in jeopardy. As Director Sheldon mentioned, they are really low in comparison to what they have been historically. If we don't go forward with the desalinated water, we cannot meet our 75% basin percentage pumping goal. And that was something we voted for and all of us agreed to. Our basin, they use all kinds of numbers, but the bottom line is our basin is 80% depleted, period. We don't have all this water. I don't know where anybody's getting that idea. We buy imported water to sink into it. We wanted to buy more water this winter. We were told no. That amount of water that we had contracted for was cut back. Then, of course, NWD has brought in an allocation. So we will only get 85% of the water we had planned to buy. That's a 15% cut. All of you, depending on your city, are going to be cut further by the State Resources Board, anywhere between 38% and, no, Seal Beach is lower. What's Seal Beach? 8%, 8%, thank you, Paul. So, I mean, there's a disparity in what those cuts. All of us are going to be hurting. And to ignore that, to know that there's something we can do to increase our water supply, I just can't ignore it. I just can't do it. So I think you've done a great job. I thank the Citizens Advisory Committee, and I support the term sheet. Of course you do. I'm shocked. So, we have a motion, we have a second.
I am
Please vote.
stunned.
Oh, we have to do a roll call. Okay. Director Lincoln?
No.
Director Billy?
Yes.
Director Dwayne?
Aye.
Director Flory? No. Director Green? Yes. Director Wynn?
Yes.
Director Reyna?
Yes.
Director Sheldon?
Yes.
Director Sadoo?
Yes.
Director Yo?
No.
What? That motion carries
course.
7-3. The no votes are Anthony, Flory, and Yo. Director Flory, would you?
Yes, could I add to the discussion? Several of the directors have complimented the CAC for producing some changes, primarily President Green. And I believe that it would be important, and I will move that we maintain the CAC committee during the time that the term sheet is being refined, so that they meet whatever makes sense, probably once a month, to review the term sheet. Well, it may not be on the agenda, but we could have made a motion originally to include that in the original motion.
You could have voted for the motion in the affirmative if we would have granted you that amendment. Well, you chose to not make that amendment to the original motion.
I agree, because I could not vote for the term
The
sheet.
motion
as it
fails for a
existed.
second.
Second.
We are, you want to do that? You want the Citizens Advisory Committee to
Yes,
say?
I received some great information from
You have,
Point of order.
yes.
As Mr. Cooperberg is allowed on the agenda.
It's sufficiently related to the main motion that it's
Is it within the letter and the spirit and intent in the letter of the board protocol that was adopted? I believe it is not.
I think it fits nicely within the area of number 3, authorize staff to hire consultants for project issues relating to distributing the Poseidon water quality, considering alternative supplies. That's what our CAC was doing.
I believe it's out of order. I don't know.
I'm so glad Sheldon told her to say it. I know.
I appreciate that it looks like a number of directors disagree with me.
Doesn't the chair make the parliamentary decisions?
Your microphone? Yes, but she asked me, so she doesn't want to.
No, I asked you, she did not.
Good.
I'll move you, Jim.
We are adjourned. Oh, you have 2 lights.
Oh,
Under Sheldon and Director Lynn.
Wait a second. We had a motion and we had a second. If the majority of the board believes that this motion is out of order, we need to take a vote on that. That is not a decision that the chair makes.
I think the motion's out of order. It wasn't.
But the chair can be overruled by the rest of the board.
Okay, that's fine.
Just Steve's up, Sheldon.
So yes, I make a motion that the board make a decision about whether my motion is out of order. We've been advised by our legal counsel that he believes it's sufficiently related to the main motion that we can take it under consideration.
Please vote. No, there's no second.
Could you state your motion?
The motion was to put the, to overrule the chair's decision that my motion is out of order.
Second that.
You'll have to do a roll call.
So for the purposes of the motion, a yes vote means what and a no vote means what? Yes.
A yes vote would place Director Flores' original motion on the table for consideration. A no vote would support President Green's decision that you should not be voting on the main motion.
I'd like to make one comment. Again, I was going to suggest.
Use your microphone, please.
I was going to suggest that we have the committee extended in light of your comments, because I felt that was the one thing that you were concerned with, and I felt that if we made that accommodation, you would then, in good spirit, vote for the underlying motion. But, for whatever reason, that didn't occur, and I thought if you wanted that, you should have made that request. If that was the one issue that was your concern, we would have taken that issue into consideration, probably supported you, and at that time, Director Dwayne may have amended his motion to take that and then vote on the whole. You didn't choose to make that motion, that substitute or ask to be amended. You chose to wait till after this was here, and then make bring another item. I just don't see that as being perhaps the way that I might have done it, and I would like to defer this discussion on, if we're going to empower, and which I think we've seen a great work out of the committee. If we're going to do that, I'd like to have a bigger discussion and put this off so we can really talk about what they're going to be doing, and again, give some better direction. So I would prefer to delay this until we can have a real conversation about it.
All right, and I do hear you, and I'm guessing that you're not spanking me for not doing it the way that you thought it should be
I just
done.
think it's fair play.
Yeah.
Well,
Then I'm not finished with my remarks.
But
There
you
was-
didn't have to like it.
We were having a conversation. My reason for not doing it at the time was that I had more concerns beyond just the CAC considering it. So that is why it didn't seem to me it would be appropriate to do that. But I do appreciate your concern, and I will withdraw my motion, both of them, with Director Yo's permission, and we'll have a larger discussion about this.
Yes, I was going to withdraw in that second.
And frankly, I actually was going to consider this and bring this up. I don't think it's correct to do it now after we've already taken the vote. I think it's out of order. But I do think the CAC, there was a lot of really good things, but I don't want to put them on a monthly schedule. I don't know what they're going to do now. I want to know what direction we're going into, what's going to happen. We have nothing to give them, nothing to do. So until I have some kind of parameter of that, it's not that I have a problem with the Citizens Advisory Committee. I think my own members served me and all of you and all of the district very, very well. But it's just I want to find out what they're doing, what direction and what's going on.
I think that's part of the larger discussion that Director Sheldon is referring to. So I think we can agree on that.
Okay.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
We are adjourned.